للجميع. أهلا وسهلا بالحاضرين معنا هون بالقاعة، وأهلا وسهلا باللي حاضرين معنا على منصة زوم. صباح الخير وأهلا وسهلا بالجميع، أهلا وسهلا بجميع الحاضرين معنا بالقاعة ويلي حاضرين معنا على منصة زوم. اليوم لقائنا هو الخامس بسلسلة اللقاءات حول القانون الشراء العام رقم 244 على 2021، وهو تحت عنوان الشراء الإلكتروني والبيانات المفتوحة نحو رؤية استراتيجية للبنان. معنا على زوم وبالقاعة مشاركين من القطاع العام، القطاع الخاص، أهلا وسهلا، من المجتمع المدني ومن الشركاء بالمؤسسات الدولية الداعمة والمواكبة لمسيرة الإصلاح الشراء العام بلبنان. بحب شير قبل ما نبلش لأنه الجلسة رح تكون مسجلة وانه ترجمه الفوريه متاحه للحاضرين على فيكم تاخذوا الهيدفونز، وعلى زوم في عندكم 2 شانلز عربي وانجليزي. حضرات المشاركين عبر زوم تقدروا تحطوا باي ساعه اسئلتكم بقلب التشات بوكس. رح ناخذ الاسئله من التشات بوكس ومن القاعه وقتها نفتح الكيو اند اي سيشن. أنا اسمي رنا رزق الله، رح كون عم دير الجلسة معكم ونبدأ بالجلسة الافتتاحية. رح يكون معنا بالجلسة الافتتاحية السيد غسان زعني رئيس معهد باسل فليحان المالي والاقتصادي بالإنابة، السيدة حسنة منصور مديرة Westminster Foundation for Democracy بلبنان، الدكتور جان علي رئيس إدارة المناقصات، وعبر زوم كمان بالجلسة الافتتاحية السيدة لينا فارس اختصاصية مشتريات رئيسية بالبنك الدولي. مسيو غسان زعني بليز الكلام لك، تفضل.
شكرا رنا. صباح الخير للجميع. نرحب بكم في ورشة العمل حول الشراء الإلكتروني والبيانات المفتوحة نحو رؤية استراتيجية للبنان، التي ينظمها معهد باسل فليحان المالي والاقتصادي بالاشتراك مع مؤسسة ويستمنستر للديمقراطية وبالتعاون مع البنك الدولي وإدارة المناقصات. نشكر مدير عام إدارة المناقصات الدكتور جان علي لحضوره وتعاونه المستمر في مسار إصلاح الشراء العام. كما نرحب بالمشاركين معنا في هذه القاعة في بيروت وعبر منصة زوم التي تخطى عددهم أكثر من 50 مشاركاً من وزارة المالية والإدارات والمؤسسات العامة والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني وممثلي الجهات الدولية الداعمة لإصلاح الشراء العام في لبنان، ومنها البنك الدولي، البنك الأوروبي للإنشاء والتعمير EBRD، الوكالة الفرنسية للتنمية Agence Française de Développement، مؤسسة ويستمنستر للديمقراطية WFD، منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية OECD، مبادرة سيغما وغيرها. إن لموضوع الشراء الإلكتروني أهمية في سياق إصلاح الشراء العام في لبنان. المسار الإصلاحي انطلق في العام 2019 مع المسح التقييمي مابس الذي نفذه معهدنا بتكليف من معالي وزير المالية وبدعم تقني من البنك الدولي والوكالة الفرنسية للتنمية. وقد تكلل المسار الإصلاحي في حزيران 2021 مع إقرار قانون عصري للشراء العام. كان مسار إقرار القانون مساراً طويلاً وشاقاً، اعتمد على المعطيات والمشاورات المستمرة مع الجهات الوطنية المعنية وعلى المعايير والممارسات الدولية الجيدة، أبرزها قانون الUN سيترال النموذجي وتوصيات منظمة الOECD وخلاصات وتوصيات مسح مابس. بعد إقرار القانون وبتكليف معالي وزير المالية، نظم معهدنا التعاون مع شركاء ومنهم مؤسسة ويستمنستر للديمقراطية سلسلة من ورشات العمل واللقاءات لتعزيز الوعي لدى الجهات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني حول قانون الشراء العام ومبادئه ومتطلبات تطبيقه. كما تعلمون إن إصدار قانون عصري لا يكفي وحده لتحديث منظومة الشراء وضمان فعاليتها، نظراً لعمق الفجوة بين المعايير الدولية للشراء من جهة والأطر القانونية الناظمة والمؤسسية والممارسات من جهة أخرى، وهذا ما بيّنه مسح مابس بالأرقام. لبنان اليوم أمام استحقاق كبير، وهو 7 أشهر ليدخل قانون الشراء العام حيز التطبيق في تموز 2022. هناك التزام حكومي بإصلاح الشراء العام من خلال البيانات الوزارية المتتالية والبيان الوزاري للحكومة الحالية، وهو مطلب وطني أيضا في إطار وضع لبنان على خطة التعافي الاقتصادي. لذلك وبموازاة المشاورات الوطنية حول قانون الشراء العام التي نسقها معهدنا بالتعاون مع الجهات المعنية، تمت بلورة استراتيجية وطنية تتضمن مجموعة من التدابير الإصلاحية المتلازمة، وقد رفعها معالي وزير المالية إلى مقام مجلس الوزراء تمهيداً لدرسها وإقرارها. قانون الشراء العام يتضمن أحكام خاصة بالشراء الإلكتروني، بدءاً بإنشاء منصة إلكترونية مركزية لدى هيئة الشراء العام لنشر المعلومات وجمع ومركزة البيانات وإتاحتها مجاناً لكافة المعنيين. في هذا السياق عين البنك الدولي خبراء للعمل على مسودة استراتيجيات للشراء الإلكتروني، علماً أن هذه المنصة عليها أن تكون قد أنشئت وأن تعمل قبل دخول القانون حيز التنفيذ في تموز 2022. لقاؤنا اليوم يهدف لإطلاق الحوار بين الجهات المعنية حول هذا المكون الأساس من مكونات الإصلاح، بمشاركة تقنية من خبراء دوليين متخصصين في هذا المجال من البنك الدولي ومؤسسة ويستمنستر للديمقراطية وشراكة التعاقدات المفتوحة Open Contracting Partnership والبنك الأوروبي للإنشاء والتعمير. أكرر الشكر للزملاء الحاضرين والخبراء المشاركين والشركاء، ولزميلتنا في معهد باسل فليحان السيدة رنا رزق الله فارس الخبيرة في الشراء العام والتي ستتولى إدارة الجلسة اليوم. واسمحوا لي أن أنتقل للغة الإنجليزية للترحيب. On behalf of the Institut de Finances Basil Fuleihan's team, I would like to thank our partners, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, the World Bank, and the Central Tender Board for joining forces for the organization of this workshop on digitizing public procurement and open data in Lebanon, dedicated to presenting and discussing the draft e-procurement strategy that was developed with the technical support of the World Bank. The e-procurement strategy is a response to the public procurement reform agenda. It aims to improve transparency and efficiency of public procurement and to establish an open and competitive procurement environment. I would like to reiterate the importance of this informed discussion and consultation on e-procurement that is a key component of the public procurement law implementation and at the core of the future public procurement authorities' functions. Sincere appreciation to all participants joining today and to our local and international partners for their continuous support to advance public procurement reform in Lebanon. I seize the occasion to welcome distinguished speakers and experts for bringing in their knowledge and experience. Dr. Paul Schapper from the World Bank, Ms. Julia Kudgen from the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, Mr. Victor Nestulia from the Open Contracting Partnership, Ms. Eliza Neviadomska from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and Mr. Alexander Shatkovsky, International Public Procurement Consultant, who is the former head of the Public Procurement Department in Ukraine. I wish you all a fruitful workshop. Thank you. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Hasna Mansour, the Country Director of the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, for her welcoming note. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghassan. صباح الخير للجميع الموجود معنا اليوم بالقاعة والموجود معنا من خلال منصة زوم. باسم مؤسسة ويستمنستر بدي أشكر حضوركم اليوم رغم كل الظروف السلبية والصعبة اللي محيطة بلبنان للأسف. بدي أشكر التزامكم معنا، هاي خامس جلسة للي كانوا عم يحضروا معنا من الأساس. أكيد بدي أشكر مواكبة الدكتور جان علي ومدام لينا فارس من الورد بانك وشركائنا بقلب من ديوان المحاسبة ومن الجهات كافة القطاع الخاص والهيئات المجتمع المدني. أنا بس حابة أذكر إنه وقتها بلشنا نفكر نحن والمعهد المالي على فكرة هيدي سلسلة الورش العمل، كان الهدف انه مثل ما قطع هذا القانون كان مميز وسكسس ستوري لانه تميز بالمناقشه العلميه مثل ما عرض استاذ غسان، انه صار في evidence based information لاول مره يمكن مجلس النواب بيشرع على اساس علمي وبيزد على الخبرات الدوليه والبست براكتس، وكمان صار اقراره بطريقه تشاركيه نوعا ما كان يعني مثل ما بنقول بغرف معتمه. فنحن حابين قلنا انه كان سكسس ستوري بطريقه اقراره، ليه ما بيكون كمان سكسس ستوري بطريقه تطبيقه وتفعيله؟ وهيدا المشكله والتشالنج اللي عم نواجهها بلبنان، انه كثير عندنا تشريعات جيده بس للاسف قد ايه هي فعاله بالتطبيق. يمكن دكتور جان هو الخبير بهذا الموضوع وعانى كثير. فحبينا نحن انه طالما هذا القانون تقني جدا وطويل جدا، ليه ما بنشرح لكم اياه؟ لانه مش الكل اصحاب اختصاص اكيد، ليه ما بنبسطه؟ ليه ما بنسلح المجتمع المدني والقطاع الخاص اللي هن ستيك هولدر ليكونوا متمكنين من مراقبه الحكومه في تطبيق وتفعيل هذا القانون. ومثل ما نحن بنعرف بمجلس النواب تم استحداث لجنه اسمها لجنه متابعه تنفيذ القوانين، وهي بالفعل يعني ترحب باي مؤسسه بتدعمها بدراسه تطبيق اي قانون تم اصداره. وفي على الموقع الالكتروني لمجلس النواب حاليا لائحه ب90 قانون غير مطبق اقروا، وحاطين الاسباب، يعني نوع من الضغط على الحكومه. مثلا ممكن كان مرسوم ما طلع، ممكن كان قانون بعده بالادراج، ممكن هيئه ما تم تشكيلها. فنحن لانه بنعرف التشالنج استباقيا لهذا انه ما بدنا نطلع قانون براعي المعايير الدوليه بس نضبه بالجارور وما يكون فعال، حبينا انه نوعي ونبسط مفهوم هذا القانون لتمكين مجموعه من الاشخاص اصحاب المصلحه لمراقبه تطبيق وتفعيل هذا القانون. ما حكثير طول عليكم، بتمنى انه تكونوا هاي السيشنز عم بتلاقوها مفيده لكم. نحن منفتحين مع المعهد المالي، عندنا سيشن جمعه الجاي اذا بعد بتحبوا نغطي اي فقره معينه او اي تشابتر او مفهوم معين من القانون، نحن جاهزين انه نمد هذه الجلسات. وبس كمان اكيد بدي ارحب بالخبراء الدوليين معنا اليوم، ومعي زميلتي من ويستمنستر فاونديشن من التكنيكال ادفايزري يونت اللي حتحكينا عن علاقه الاو جي بي والاوبن داتا بالاي بروكيورمنت لو. شكرا كثير مره ثانيه لكم ولشركائنا بمعهد باسل فليحان ولزملائي بمؤسسه ويستمنستر، واكيد لدكتور جان علي. هلا الكلام لحضرتك دكتور جان، وشكرا على طول على مواكبتك معنا.
صباح الخير، يعطيكم العافيه. ميرسي لاستاذ غسان وميرسي لاستاذه حسنه، والشكر والتقدير لكل الجهات المانحه والمسانده، وللزملاء بمعهد باسل فليحان يلي رافقونا بإدارة المناقصات من 2012 وإن شاء الله ما حيتركونا، وللزملاء بالإدارات العامة والموجودين معنا. ما حأتجرع سمي لأنه بخاف انسى حدا، وكل حدا من هول المجموعات والجهات هو جزء قام بجهد كبير لحتى هيدا القانون ينوجد. واستاذ غسان شرح لنا شوي المسار الإجرائي يلي عمل فيه القانون والمسار يلي أخذ بعد تشاركي، واستاذة حسنة حطتنا بالتحدي الأكبر يلي هو التطبيق حتى ما يكون هيدا القانون الرقم 91. نتمنى من كل قلبنا أنه توقف قصة القوانين التي لا تطبق عند الرقم 90 وما نطلع فوق الرقم 90 بالرقم 1. من حسن الحظ أو من ذكاء يلي حضروا هيدا القانون أنه المادة 112 منه استدركت هيدا الموضوع وقالت أنه هيدا القانون حيطبق بصرف النظر عن عدم صدور المراسيم المتعلقة فيه. يعني أول أول لغم إذا بدنا نحكي بتعابير ما كتير منحبها، أول ذريعة انشالت من إيد السلطة التنفيذية، إنه إذا تلكأت هذه السلطة عمداً أو سهواً، ما بدنا نظلم حدا، عن إصدار هذه المراسيم التنظيمية، فهذا القانون سيكون اعتباراً من آخر تموز 2022 نافذاً وواجب التطبيق. بهيدا الإطار حنتحضر مثل ما قالت أستاذة حسنة لنعرف كل الإدارات بمن فيهم إدارة المناقصات يلي حتصير هيئة شراء عام على هيدا القانون وتفاصيله وتقنياته لحتى نكون جاهزين للتطبيق. بدنا نحضر البوابة الإلكترونية أو المنصة الإلكترونية المركزية يلي من خلالها رح يصير الإعلان عن كل المناقصات بكل الجهات الممولة من المال العام، وأهل الكهف يلي بسميهم أهل الكهف حيبقوا لحالهم بالكهف ويقفلوا عليهم، لأنه كل ما يتعلق بالمال العام، كل إنفاق يتعلق بالمال العام واجب أنه تنشر المعلومات عنه. وهون بقول لهم أكثر من هيك، أنه قانون الشراء العام وضع إطار تطبيقي فيما يتعلق بالشراء العام لقانون حق الوصول للمعلومات يلي كمان كان في إرادة لدفنه قبل ما يبصر النور بمراسيم تطبيقية، رغم أنه كل الأسباب الموجبة والحيثيات وكل من اشتركوا بصياغة هيدا القانون لم يعلقوا أبدا تطبيقه على صدور هيدي المراسيم. فإذا بمراجع تسمي نفسها عليا تخرج عن اختصاصها فتفتي وتقضي بأن هذا القانون لا يطبق، خلصنا بالعربي الدارج من نغمة قوانين للديكور. قانون الشراء العام حيتطبق بالموعد المحدد له، وإدارة المناقصات يلي حتصير بتموز 2022 هيئة الشراء العام مهما تحايلوا على القانون قبل أن ينشر وبعد أن ينشر، ومهما استعانوا بغبائهم وغباء من يلبي طلباتهم باللغة ليحلوها محل القواعد الدستورية والقانونية، هيئة الشراء العام إدارة المناقصات رح تصير هيئة الشراء العام، واللي بيقدروا يعملوا فقط بالسلطة التنفيذية انه ياخذوا قرارات بإبعاد الشخص اللي بيزعجهم، ونحن مستعدين لكل القرارات من هيدا النوع. مسيرة أن تكون هيئة الشراء العام ومع هيئة الاعتراضات، وهيئة الاعتراضات أثارت جدل وكانت مرقت على مضض من قبل البعض يلي بده يترك القضايا تختنق بأدراج المحاكم ويهرب المستثمرين ويرفض أن نجاري العالم بحل النزاعات بطرق بديلة، مش طرق بتاخذ دور القضاء، لا، طرق بتخفف عن القضاء وبتسهلنا المشوار لحتى ما نصل للقضاء إلا بعدد أقل من القضايا. هيئة الشراء العام حتكون هيئة مستقلة. هون التحدي الكبير وهو باتجاه الضغط الإيجابي على السلطة التنفيذية. لا نريد هيئات ناظمة على شكل مكاتب استشارية لوزراء، لأنه حتكون هيدي عبء على الإدارة اللبنانية وباب هدر وفساد شبعنا منه. بدنا هيئات ناظمة مثل ما هي بالقانون، مستقلة كفوءة ومحايدة وعندها حصانة. ويعطيكم ألف عافية.
شكرا دكتور جان. Mrs. Lina Faris, the floor is yours.
مرحبا كلكم سوا جميعا. انا كثير مبسوطه انه نكون عندنا هالكونسلتيشن عن الاي بروكيورمنت، لانه حاسه انه بلشنا نعمل امبلمنتيشن لهالمنظومة يلي لنا زمان عم نشتغل عليها من سنين. يعني هلا تنفذ، بلشنا نشوف النور بالتانل. وانا بعتذر لانه كان طلع على بالي يكون انا بيرسونلي موجوده معكم، بس عندي اجتماع كتير طارئ رح اترك شي 30 دقيقه المنصه، وبعدين بيجي على الكونسلتيشن ورك شوب. اسمحوا لي انقل على الانجليزي لحتى لانه برتاح اكثر نحكي تكنيكال terms بالانجليزي. As you all know, the international community and financiers, being Arab or foreigners, are repeatedly declaring their reluctance to support development in Lebanon if the set of reforms is not at least put on track. Electricity sector, as you all know, is one of the reforms, but also, and proudly, we say that the main reform that is looked at is the public procurement. Now, why e-procurement, and what is the linkages between e-procurement and the main procurement principles of transparency, integrity, efficiency? First, the first principle, transparency, because e-procurement systems limit direct interaction between officials and potential suppliers. Yani this is the main, maybe first and the most innocent principle that will be respected in the e-procurement. The second one, the integrity, and this is covering two main areas. The first area will facilitate the access of public tenders and improve transparency of public procurement processes. E-procurement contributes as well to effective communication with suppliers, business associations, and other stakeholders. The second area of integrity will be the traceability of accountability of procurement officials. This will contribute to mitigate risk of corruption inherent to procurement processes. It will also demonstrate the effectiveness of the procurement in meeting secondary policy objectives, and this is under Mr. Jean Aliye area, the policies objective to be drafted there and validated in the PPA. So the e-system will be supporting developing indicators tailored to particular objective, so we can analyze the performance by collecting the data and thus advising on corrective measures where needed. Now, the third principle that the e-procurement will be touching on, the procurement principle, is the efficiency. If e-procurement tools simplify process for contracts and management and drive cost saving, especially by providing the ground for framework agreements that have proven in other countries to score savings on time and money. Now, the bank is fully committed to this exciting reform. We secured through the MDTF of the Global Procurement Practice funding to MAPS, the national strategy, and now the financing of e-procurement essential integration and enhancement. The World Bank also is supporting the capacity building strategy and launching initial train of trainers module on the law. We are also supporting the drafting of SPDs, the standard procurement document, and support the institutionalization of the Public Procurement Authority and procurement review body that Mr. Jean Aliye just spoke about, through the secondary legislation and capacity building. Last but not least, the World Bank, among other, of course, international partners, reviewed and commented on the different drafts of the current law, and we are very happy that e-procurement was given a window in the law, which will ensure one of the enabling environment pillars to its deployment and implementation. We are expecting from the professionals that are now around the table, including the public sector, the private sector, the NGOs, the international community here present, to provide candid feedback on the approach to e-procurement strategy, and if possible, to provide feedback on coordination of the implementation in order to avoid duplications or loopholes. We are bearing in mind the technical context and how to use any opportunity to build back trust in the government by starting strategically, even if in small pieces. And thank you and good luck for this consultation.
ثانك يو مسز لينا. وهيك بنكون اختتمنا هلا الجلسه الافتتاحيه. بدنا نبلش الجلسه الاولى اذا بتسمحوا لنا. برجع بشكر السيدات والسادة اللي حكيوا بالجلسة الافتتاحية. لا شك أنه موضوعنا اليوم موضوع أساسي وكتير مهم، يعني هو حجر زاوية بمسيرة إصلاح الشراء العام بلبنان. مثل ما كلنا بنعرف ومثل ما رجعت ذكرتنا مدام لينا من الورلد بانك أنه تطبيق شراء إلكتروني e-Government Procurement هو يعني من حسناته اكيد كثيره، بس من حسناته هو رفع مستوى الشفافيه، هو تعزيز المحاسبه، لانه تعزيز الرقابه والمحاسبه اكيد بيتيح تكافؤ الفرص بين العارضين للوصول الى فرص العقود العامه، واكيد بدون ما نحكي كمان يعني وهذا كلنا متفقين عليه انه بيسهل وبيسرع اجراءات الشراء العام. من هون يعني من هون الأهمية، على قد أهميته على قد ما كلنا بنعرف إنه هيدي شغلة تطبيقها ومسار تطبيقها طويل ومنه سهل. يعني مش بوقت قصير بيقدر البلد يقدر يطبق نظام شراء إلكتروني ويلزم باستخدامه بشكل كامل. هيدا متفقين عليه مع الخبراء بعتقد، يعني مع الجهات الدولية. هيدا الشيء بياخد وقت. من هون التطبيق عادة بيكون على مراحل، يعني هيدا الشيء اللي بنسميه phased approach. قانون الشراء العام مثل ما بتعرفوا بالفصل الرابع منه نص على إدخال، يعني أدخل مفهوم الشراء الإلكتروني e-Government Procurement ونص على تطبيقه على مرحلتين. هون بحب أوضح شغلة كتير مهمة ولازم تكون واضحة للجميع. القانون بيحكي عن شغلتين مختلفين عن بعضهم. بيحكي بالفصل الرابع عن تطبيق نظام للe-Government Procurement للشراء الإلكتروني بعد تحضير المراسيم التطبيقية ودقائق تطبيقه من قبل هيئة الشراء العام. لكن واضح بالفصل الرابع إنه هيدي هي المرحلة الأبعد من تطبيق e-Government Procurement. المرحلة الأقرب، يعني هون إذا بدنا نقول نتفق إنه التطبيق رح يكون على مرحلتين. أول مرحلة بنص القانون عند دخوله حيز التنفيذ على إلزام جميع الجهات الشارية بالنشر وبتوفير دفاتر الشروط على ما يسميه القانون منصة إلكترونية مركزية. وهذا الشيء مختلف عن نظام الشراء الإلكتروني e-Government Procurement يلي رح يصير ولكن بمرحلة لاحقة. لنرجع نوضح الفكرة لأنه كتير مهمة. بمرحلة أولى يلي هي تموز 2022 ينص القانون على إلزامية وجود منصة إلكترونية مركزية يلزم فيها جميع الجهات الشارية بالنشر، وهيدا هدفها رح يكون محدود لمركزة وتوفير البيانات والمعلومات الخاصة بإجراءات الشراء العام. بدها تكون موجودة بهيئة الشراء العام، أكيد الأونرشيب عليها لهيئة الشراء العام. هيدا الشيء واضح بالقانون وبالمادة 76 فيه. وينص بالفصل الرابع منه بمرحلة لاحقة، بمرحلة تانية، على تطبيق نظام كامل كما هو متعارف عليه عالمياً بالشراء الإلكتروني، ولكن بعد تحضير secondary legislation المراسيم ودقائق تطبيق هذا النظام من قبل هيئة الشراء العام. من هون أهمية جلستنا الأولى. بجلستنا الأولى اللي بتهدف للتعريف بالرؤية الاستراتيجية المقترحة لاعتماد الرقمنة وبالشراء العام بما يقتضي مع متطلبات القانون 244، رح نشوف سوا خلاصات عمل السيد بول شابر الخبير المكلف من قبل البنك الدولي بوضع هذه الرؤية، مع العلم أنه هيدي الاستراتيجية اللي رح نشوفها هي بعدها درافت، وهيدا أول مرة بنعمل consultation around it، يعني جلسة تشاور حولها لناخد رأيكم. أكيد بهمنا رأيكم ورأي الخبراء اللي موجودين معنا. بحب بس أذكر المتكلمين بالجلسة الأولى أنه عندهم بين 10 و 12 دقيقة كل واحد لحتى يعرضوا رأيهم. And now I would welcome Dr. Paul Schapper, International e-Procurement Expert with the World Bank. Welcome, Dr. Paul, and the floor is yours. Dr. Paul, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Paul Schapper, you are muted. We cannot hear you. Can you kindly unmute yourself? Dr. Paul, we're not hearing you. Yes, now it's better. Thank you, Dr. Paul. We were not able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'll just bring up a few slides, if I may. Just while I'm bringing up some slides, I'd like to just recap on some of the preceding words. A lot has been spoken of in terms of transparency, accountability, and efficiency. Some countries adopt a further leg of all of this. Korea is an example, which also adopts and recognizes the fact that e-procurement applies to typically 20% of the economy, and therefore shifting that 20% of the economy to being on online technologies can be a tremendous leverage for economic productivity in the whole economy. And that's been well accepted, I think, also by the World Bank. So further to what is being said, I would like to try to bring up some slides here. No, that's not it. This is it there. Share that. It's not right either.
Paul, if you want to send me the slides by email, so I can share if you have problems.
I'm seem to be having problems here. I'll just try one more attempt at this. It's not it. Okay, can you see the slide? Can you see the slide? Hello?
We can see only paragraph 107 of the procurement system. I don't think that this is the slide.
Dr.
There should be a
Paul,
slide.
this is the text. We can see the text, not the
There
slide.
should be okay. There should be a slide there which is called content.
No, we don't see it.
Okay. All right, Lena, I don't know why this is not coming across. It always has in the past. I will try to send this to you. In the meantime, I'll just keep pursuing what I was saying before. The strategy for a public procurement implementation is a subset, is a sub part of the wider public procurement reform agenda. It's a part of that public reform agenda. However, it is a very strategic part and has a number of, a lot of stakeholders, and I'm going to try once more to bring this up because it's very hard to talk without these slides. Chat. Okay. Okay. Now you're seeing a stakeholder access slide. Are you seeing a picture of? You are.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'll go back to the beginning of this content. I'd like to talk about public procurement reform and the e-platform, the strategic framework, the stakeholders, requirements of the e-platform by 22 July, a SWOT analysis of the issues, e-procurement components, and how this might relate to impact, and some issues to do with regulations and change management. Now, the strategic framework that the World Bank, I think, is comfortable with is that there is an urgent short-term agenda or constraint imposed by the new law, and that the new law requires that all parties concerned have been informed about the new law. There is an institutional framework in place. The secondary legislation has been developed and officials trained, and there is a single user-friendly state-owned national electronic platform which is being used for publication. Even this constrained framework, given that we have 6 months until July of next year, this is an ambitious time frame. The national coordinator of the Public Procurement Reform, Institute of Financial Ministry of Finance, will be responsible for coordination. But that's not to say that the new PPA, which in my reading of the law is explicitly responsible, accountable for the effective implementation of e-procurement. I think that might be worth some further exploration, but that seems to me to be an explicit accountability for the Public Procurement Authority, which is a heavy burden given that the what has to be implemented in the time frame. Stakeholder access, there are a substantial number of stakeholders which must be able to receive meaningful services, not only from Ministry of Finance, but the bidding community and various layers within the bidding community. There's various evaluation committees and accountability committees, and audit and so on. And the PPA itself, and the banking system and so on. There's a lot of stakeholders involved in here for an e-procurement strategy. This is not an e-procurement publication service. So we're getting a bit ahead of what it's involved. The required publications on the e-platform by July 22nd are listed here. A substantial list. And my understanding of the existing e-procurement development, the Delta system, it does not incorporate all of this list. It's a much more truncated list than this. And there is, in my opinion, no likelihood of this list being created automatically by procuring agencies who are adopting e-procurement. They would have to put these up in some sort of manual form onto the site until the full e-procurement system is developed. The SWOT analysis of where we're at the moment, there is a significant reform imperative. A substantial development has already been undertaken. An effective PPL, which I think is one of the best ones I have seen in a long time. There is significant IT literacy and connectivity and donor support. There are a number of weaknesses. There's capacity at the central level in relation to developing an e-procurement system or even reforming the e-procurement procedures. There are software gaps in the existing system, which is by no means being rolled out at this point. There is issues with functional governance, which I'm happy to talk about, and that's a serious issue. And there is infrastructure issues around the national IT reliability and capacity of the infrastructure. And the threats are that reform fatigue will set in. There's a very tight timetable. Government IT connectivity is a problem. Money is a problem. And a lot of good skills have left or are leaving the public sector. There are also a number of other risks listed in the risk management plan of the strategy. And there are, of course, opportunities, and these have been spelled out at length in the procurement reform strategy and in the e-procurement reform section. Basic components. Typically, an e-procurement system has a portal. This is the part which is proposed to be up and running by July next year, with a supplier registry, a buyer registry, which is reasonably complex, e-tendering, RFPs, EOIs, RFIs, RFQs, and so on. Direct purchasing, that's smaller purchases that are not tendered for. This could be electronic catalogues or auctions. Procurement management information system, which is really the reporting engine and the analysis engine, interoperates with the financial management system and the HR system. Workflow management system, payments module, help desk. Only the first part of this is what is required in phase one. But if that's all we're aiming at, we have not really scratched the surface of e-procurement. All we've done is have an online publication service, which has some benefits in transparency, but not in the process itself. An e-procurement system looks like this for all functionality. It's complicated. I'm not going to go through the parts of it. I'm just presenting this to show that it is complicated. Addressing supplier registries.
Dr. Paul,
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the screen is very small. Can you kindly put the slideshow mode on your screen? Yeah, it's better now. Yes. It's better. Thank you.
Next slide. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, thank you very much. It's better.
Okay. So I'll just go back to where that was. Okay, so yes, the print here is still small. And I don't expect people to be able to read it off the screen, but just very quickly, we've got a number of functions to do with buyer registration, supplier registration. It has to link through to planning, the planning phase of procurement, accountability, oversight, registrations. That's registration of, for example, audit or various other accountability authorities. There is a section on bidding or RFPs and all of these details underneath what needs to be covered. We have contracting, which basically being how you go about assigning a contract, and then there's contract management, invoicing, analysis and reporting. And all this needs to link through to a business rules matrix, telling users what they can and cannot do, or allowing them to do things they can do and disallowing them doing things they cannot do. There's a template library, workflow management, all the way down to financial management information system interactivity. So very complicated. That's what the end of the development work for an e-procurement system should encompass. That would certainly be nothing like phase one. It would be several phases into the future. But unless we aim for this, then we don't really have an e-procurement system. If we're just publishing online, all we have is an online publication service. We don't have much to do with efficiency. We don't have much even to do with transparency. We've got the beginnings of transparency. Okay, the Delta system, which is the one which is currently being, has been developed over the past couple of years, courtesy of the EU, has been undergoing customization. It's thankfully, it is fully open sourced, but it does require further development and customization. It was designed to support a national e-procurement portal under the guidance and management of the PPA. There are some generic websites from this which are currently in place with Education and Health, Council for Reconstruction, but it needs to be rolled out all across the public sector. The Delta system interfaces, it has a buyer portal, which includes administration, tendering, documents, registers and activity logs. A supplier portal includes account administration profiles and tender bidding, and a public portal, which is for access by the general public. And the public portal, as set out in the system, is I believe too constrained. There is much more information which could be listed on the public portal, and the draft strategy lists that, and it's a long list. The system is developed in line with open software and can be enhanced by the government of Lebanon without penalty from the developer. An option remains for the public interface, including buyers, suppliers, and all other stakeholders, to access the e-procurement functionality via the impact system. Given that impact has already registered over 33,000 vendors and is connected with 10 ministries and over 980 municipalities. When to say that impact has registered over 33,000 vendors, that registration may, I'm not privy to what the information is provided by vendors, in that registration, the e-procurement system may require some additional parameters to be provided by vendors to be registered into e-procurement services. But interface with Impact can be activated simply by developing APIs to link Impact into the public procurement system. Implementation, there are regulations that need to be addressed. And I would think that these need to be addressed sooner rather than later. There should be an attempt to address these regulations as far as possible by July next year. The use of e-signatures, e-documents, security policy, inconsistency between electronic and hard copies, etc. It's listed here. The authentication methods should be risk rated. And that's something which I could talk most of the day about, but PKI is not risk rated, for example. Some of you, or many of you will know PKI system. I don't believe that the e-signatures being used in Lebanon are based on PKI, but I could be incorrect on that. Implementation, transition and change management. The implementation should be phased, and we've already spoken of that, and this has been spoken of by others before me. The first phase being the adoption of the central electronic platform and the publication of information as set out in the procurement law. And subsequent phases should include much greater functionality for permission control, contract management, planning, etc. A full implementation of e-procurement will require no use of paper whatsoever, all the way from planning through to contract termination. There should not be any use of paper. If there is something wrong with the e-procurement system. The system piloting is required in implementation. However, there is no necessity for entire ministries to be engaged as pilots. Typically, in other countries, small procuring entities have an office of a handful of people within a ministry responsible, for example, for contracting out of roads or contracting in of technology or contracting of office supplies and so on. These can be separate procuring entities. Typically, we require, or it's preferable to have a handful of these to be engaged as pilots. And this is being used with great success in some other countries. Okay, and we wind up here with an action plan. There's a lot of actions that need to be undertaken. Some of these already have no doubt have been done or are underway, but we need to establish a proper leadership. One of the most significant factors anywhere in the world to do with the successful rollout of e-procurement is the leadership role. And a lot can be said of that. But there needs to be specifically an understanding of leadership, and somebody needs to be the lead. Often this is at a political level, but quite often also it is at a bureaucratic level. There needs to be support structures. The PPA can't be expected to implement what is ultimately a complex system without some support structures. And based on other countries, we usually have a project implementation committee, a project management unit, a business process reengineering task force, training and communications team, and others. In the case of Lebanon, I understand that there is going to be an interministerial committee which oversees reform, and in which case the PBA should be reporting its progress to that committee. the business process re-engineering team. This is not required if the PPA simply mandates new templates, such as the template for tendering or the template for request for proposals and so on. But to do that, and some countries have done that, but to do that, there can be some significant pushback from the entities who want to have a say on what these templates should look like to suit their own legacy processes. But the key purpose of the business process re-engineering is to minimize or eliminate analog sections. So everything's filled out with a tick the box or a number. There's a lot to be done with the regulations. There's training and communication, change management, but not as much as people fear. The training, the communications is vitally important. Training, if the procurement system or its predecessor is a good one, if it's a good system, should require less training than a paper system. As Steve Jobs, the late Steve Jobs for Apple Mac said, if the system needs a manual, the system's no good. And I think there's a lot of truth in that for e-procurement. It should be able for a reasonably smart user to guide themselves through the use of the system. And that's something that is worth thinking about. The training and engaging the developer. There is consideration that Siren be engaged. There's also the possibility of a developer that was used under the EU development plan, that they continue to be engaged at least for a transitionary arrangement. I don't have a view on this, but I should say that changing a developer with 6 months to go before launching would represent a high to severe risk, depending on the circumstances. It needs to be very carefully thought through. I did mention earlier of the need for a governance review. I'll see if I can go back on that. Governance review, number G. A number of the functions within Delta contain a great deal of flexibility for users. This is introducing a discretion for the Lebanese context. This needs to be very carefully worked through. Discretion in some parts of the World Bank equals corruption. It's the same thing, according to some people. So whether there is satisfactory governance within and controls within the functionality of the Delta as it stands would need to be reviewed from that point of view. System rollout, the PPA should create a change management team. Phased extension to other, launching champion procuring entities is huge advantages in going down that path. Finding a handful, only needs to be 4 or 5 procuring entities, small entities if you like, who want to implement the system. This is typically procuring entities which are led by engineers. The engineers are quite happy with technology and would like to implement something as interesting as this. Once it's been shown to work in champion entities, it's much easier to roll it out to other procuring entities, and that's happened in plenty of countries. The flexibility of functionality be reviewed, and various other things need to be undertaken, but a help desk needs to be fully functional right from day one. The help desk is basically your #1 communications vehicle. And then we get down to, once this is up and running, which is certainly by no means middle of next year, then we establish a service level agreement with an administrator and look at charging systems for self-funding. And there's no real question that a well-designed public procurement system should not need to be a perpetual drain on the budget. Instead, it can raise money. It can actually run at a profit, as it does in Bangladesh and a number of other countries. And the suppliers are perfectly happy because the fee they are paying is less than the costs they were incurring in the paper system. So that can be a win-win situation. So given my 10 minutes, I think I'm pretty much beyond that. Yes, I think I've gone for closer to half an hour. So perhaps I'll leave it at that. And if there are other things that people want to follow up on, I'll be happy to do so. Hello?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. سريعا ريكاب عن دكتور بول. خبرتنا عن الرؤية الاستراتيجية يلي وضعتها بإطار أشمل بإطار استراتيجية وطنية لمسيرة الإصلاح بلبنان. حكيت عن عائق مهم وهو عائق الوقت، لأنه نحن عنا short term requirements لازم يكون هيدا الشيء حاضر بجولاي 2022. حكيت عن 2 منصة تعتمد نظام دلتا، وقلت انه هيدي المنصة بحاجة الى upgrade وشغل لحتى to incorporate لحتى تقدر تشتمل على المتطلبات يلي بيتطلبها القانون بالنسبة للمنصة الإلكترونية المركزية بتموز 2022. حكيت عن منصة إمباكت يلي هي منصة هلا شغالة operational، تتضمن 33,000 فندر، تضم تقريبا 1000 بلدية. عطيت اقتراحات لتطبيق ولحوكمة المنظومة. شكرا جزيلا لك دكتور بول. And now we move to our next speaker, Mrs. Julia Kojan, Senior Transparency Advisor from Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Mrs. Julia will introduce us on how open data and open contract has an impact on transparency and efficiency from an open government perspective. Mrs. Julia, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'd like to speak to you today about public procurement in the framework of the Open Government Partnership and particularly Open Parliament. We know that transparent public procurement systems save money. And in a time of COVID-19 recovery, it is quite important, something important to think about. But at the same time, during the COVID-19 pandemic, that's exactly when all these procurement systems were actually bypassed. And so it's important to put that in this framework and to think a little bit about how open government principles can make sure that these systems are more efficient, effective, and can guard against wasting of money. So briefly, as I said, I want to talk to you about today about the Open Government Partnership, because one of the important priorities of the Open Government Partnership is actually around open contracting and public procurement. So it is at the forefront of OGP. And the reason for that is that OGP is all about making governments or parliament more accountable, more transparent, and more responsive to citizens. So again, public procurement, open contracting fits perfectly in those objectives of OGP. And so what is OGP? It is a international multi-stakeholder platform of approximately over 75 members, And these members are at high levels. So it is the president of the prime ministers that adhere to the partnership and follow up with the partnership. So originally created, with the support, for example, of the US and Obama at the time, about 10 years ago. So the innovative idea, and where it's also quite important for the discussion today, is this idea to say that governments make a couple of commitments, and those commitments can be, and we will see in a second, are very often about public procurement. And but not only do the government make those commitments, they work hand in hand with civil society organizations, as well as some other organizations, business association, and the business sector at large, to come up and to sort of make those commitments within the international community as a whole. So the idea of it is that it is an equal partnership between the government and the parliaments and civil society, not only in coming up with those commitments around, for example, public procurement, but also in implementing them and monitoring them. And again, that's very, very important when we think about procurement systems, is that you don't just put out the information, but there is also on the recipient side, civil society organizations, citizens that monitor, what's actually happening. And so there's definitely an important role for the governments and the civil society that make those commitments there, but also for civil society to be engaged. So it means if they are part of this partnership, they do commit themselves of not only being engaged in it, but also making sure that as many organizations of civil society are part of it. So it is a broad coalition of different interests that also represent different citizens in the country. And again, what over time the impact of this has been is that it actually has raised public participation. So when we think about a spectrum of public participation, the first part is actually the government informing. In this case, the government putting out a platform, for example, but then it is also about how civil society, citizens react to that and how the monitoring then happens. So when we think about OGP, and recently for the 10 years of existence of OGP, there's a couple of things that were sort of published in terms of its impact. OGP, as I said, has been providing this platform for open contracting policies that are focused on different things, not just on the disclosure part, as I said, putting out the information there, but also on participation and oversight. And so we'll see that just in just a second. And what we see in OGP, and you see the graph here, is that about over 70 members, so over 70 countries, so a large majority have had commitments that were related to open contracting, public procurement. And much of it, as we said before, has been around information disclosure, less on participation and oversight, but it is also coming in second phases, third phases, as countries are bringing out new commitments. And so there's been also a few pilots, for example, around specific application of this in the health sectors and specific sort of service delivery and different sectors. And then looking again at the inclusion part of this as well, to make sure that people are included. And again, I'll talk to that in just about a second. What we know from OGP is that approximately 43% of all these commitments have had major or outstanding results in terms of transparency in public procurement and contracting. So this is quite a high sort of amount. And what does this all mean? It means that, in terms of open contracting commitments, there's been really a transformative impact, and that there is slowly, as I said before, a shift from data publication to data usage as well. So the first phase in a lot of the commitments have been around e-procurement platforms, for example, but it's now moving more towards the data usage and looking at how communities are actually looking at this data. Okay, let me see up. So if we think about different examples, I really won't go into all of this, but this is just, you know, some of the random examples of the 70 odd commitments that we have in different countries. I just want to maybe mention three. The first one is in Finland, where basically before 2017, they didn't have any platform. So if you wanted to have any information around public procurement, you had to actually go through the request for information a process, you know, through that was guaranteed through the law. And so they actually committed to creating an open access service for state procurement data. And what's really special about this one is that it's won multiple national and international awards because it is really quite accessible and user-friendly for citizens. So that's something really that they paid quite a lot of attention to. Again, it's not just about putting out the information, but seeing in the end how it's going to be used. The second example comes from Argentina, where the National Institute for Social Services for Retirees and Pensioners you know, didn't really make any information available regarding purchases of medicines and medical supplies. Again, this is very important also with regards to COVID and you know, and how countries have procured medical goods and equipment. And so they started publishing health contracting information that included also some of the agreements that were signed with laboratories. So not just the procurement itself, but then also the agreement afterwards. The final one I wanted to briefly mention is Nigeria, where the first stage, as I said, was really about working around sort of the procurement procedures, but then outside of the online system that was developed, what they did is they did train and did capacity building for civil society organizations and citizens. And they focus also specifically on gender CSOs, so civil society organizations that were looking at gender. And what they did is they increased really their capacities in terms of monitoring of these published data sets. So when we think about that internationally, but when we now think about Lebanon specifically, well, Lebanon at the moment is actually not eligible for OGP, and there's two main reasons for it. A third one, maybe less, I mean, at this stage is important to join, but then probably less less afterwards. But Lebanon has 50% out of the 75% that is required to join OGP. And the reason for that is that it does not publish its executive budgets, proposals, and audit reports on an annual basis. So that's where it's losing some of its points. And secondly, it has a asset declaration and asset disclosure, but it does not publicly disclose assets through a system, for example. And that's really, really important when you think about, you know, the importance of civil society, again, being able to look at those declarations and sort of looking at how accurate they are. And again, all of this, you know, this system of transparency is important for OGP, and that is partly why, you know, that is why Lebanon is not able to join OGP at the moment. Just very, very briefly, I want to talk about and focus a little bit about the parliament, because, you know, as we've heard just, I think in the opening statements, I mean, there was a law on procurement, there's, you know, this e-platform and so on. So it is important that Parliament joins this initiative as well. And we've heard that WFD has done quite a bit of work with the Parliament on this. Why? Because Parliament as well as civil society are both actors that hold the governments to account. So when we think about transparency of public procurement, you know, who holds them to account? It is really the Parliament as well as, you know, civil society within its limits as well. And so again, when we think about budgets, for example, and the fact that there's no transparency of the budget proposals, again, that is where the Parliament can come in and can push some of those things. Political nature of Parliament, it's cross-party. Both parties represent, or several parties represented several interests. And so again, that's important, and that's why OGP has accepted that, or has invited parliaments to join the initiative as well, because it has since the beginning also been ratifying and reviewing some of the relevant legislation, including legislation on public procurement in quite a lot of countries. And it's been lending some of its support to this initiative as well, and to making sure that the governments and the parliaments were more transparent and open. So when we think very briefly, and I'm going to finish there, when we think about what are some of these pillars of this open government reform, under this, I mean, it's all about sort of publishing more information about what the Parliament does, about making sure that there is public participation of proceedings of what happens in Parliament. But there is another aspect that is quite important, and that is part of this OGP, and that is around accountability. So creating mechanisms to allow for the public oversight of legislatures. And that means what? That means that within this, the Parliament should also be part of it, because opening up the public procurement of the Parliament is, should be part of this initiative as well. And we can go even further. I know that is controversial in some parliaments, but if we think further in terms of transparency, that means also that constituency funds, or funds that are at the disposal of members of parliament within different parliaments, should also be open to the public and transparent, and one should understand better what is actually happening with those. As I said, finally, there's also this role of the parliament to hold the executive to account on its commitments that it's made under OGP. So, for example, around open contracting commitments. And then, so finally, I just wanted to end with this. I think what we've seen in a lot of countries is that in order to be part of OGP and to gain some momentum, it's really, really important to have, a leadership, political leadership, both in terms of the government and the parliament that is part of it, as well as a network of members of parliament that push for transparency, accountability within the governing structure, and pushes for open government. Secondly, the engagement with civil society is important, and one has to really think about how to innovate around this engagement as well, how to facilitate this engagement. And that is partly, as I said before, can be through capacitating some of the CSOs to actually make usage on the other side of the platforms that the governments or the parliaments are actually producing, and the information that is pushed out there. And again, look at that from a whole of government approach. So shouldn't just be the government that does its thing. There is, 3 pillars. And so the executive, as well as the parliament, as well as the legislative branch, should be engaged in these efforts. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Julia. Very interesting presentation. سريعا Mrs. جوليا خبرتنا كيف ال Open Government Partnership بيعمل على جعل الحكومات والبرلمانات أكثر شفافية وأقرب إلى المواطن عن طريق جعل الحكومات تقوم بالتزامات وعن طريق العمل الإيد بالإيد مع مؤسسات المجتمع المدني والقطاع الخاص للقيام بهالالتزامات، مثلا التزامات بحق بالشراء العام، انه يكون في open contracts وحق الوصول الى المعلومات، وعن طريق جعل هالالتزامات يعني الالتزام المجتمع الدولي فيها. عطيتنا مثل عن فنلندا وارجنتينا ونيجيريا، وخبرتنا عن لبنان انه منه eligible بعد لحتى يكون يقدر يكون بالاو جي بي بالاوبن جوفرمنت بارتنرشيب، لأسباب منها انه لا ينشر وعدم الافصاح مثلا عن الاكزيكتيف بادجت بروبوزل، لا ينشر الاوديت ريبورتس تقارير الاوديت، وما في افصاح عن الاسيت ديسكلوجر، مع انه في قانون بالافصاح عن الذمه الماليه، ولكن هذه المعلومات لا تنشر. شكرا جزيلا مسز جوليا. And now we move to Mr. Victor Nestulia, Head of Eastern Europe and Central Asia Open Contracting Partnership, who will focus on how Open Contracting Partnership sees open procurement, the main principles, and what the experience of Eastern Europe and other countries could tell for Lebanon to design a successful approach. Mr. Victor, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. And it's a big pleasure to be here today. I was participating in the event back in 2018 in Beirut, and I'm happy to see the progress and opportunities for the public procurement reform in Lebanon. So my name is Victor Nestulia, and I'm head of Eastern Europe and Central Asia at Open Contracting Partnership. And I had a pleasure to participate and to contribute to several procurement reforms, including those that had digitalization in its core. I had a chance to look through the presented strategy, and overall, I would say that I liked it a lot, but there are some components that I would like to see better presented. And one of them is civil society organizations and academia. We believe that it's a crucial and integral part of proper transformation. It would be also great to see more information about institutional readiness. We managed to read about PPA, but what about system administrators? What about complaints review and other institutions involved? And obviously, section dedicated to costs. Unfortunately, the copy of strategy I looked through didn't have that section, but obviously it's very important to understand how much is needed to implement the reform at this stage and how much will be needed to continue the public procurement administration and improvement, because it always requires additional developments. And obviously business model is important to make sure that the sphere is self-sufficient and very well covered, that also limits the risks for corruption. And I liked a lot the phase implementation approach, although I believe that there might be different approaches to phases and to pilots. I do understand that there are some components of e-procurement systems that are missing. And what was done, for example, in Ukraine, Moldova, or Kyrgyzstan, or Uzbekistan, it piloted some parts of the e-procurement system, like for small values or certain procedures that will create acceptance of the system between buyers and bidders. But before going to more, let's say, in-depth reflections and lessons learned based on our experience, I would like to present open contracting as an approach. So first, we are a global non-for-profit organization that was initially established within the World Bank Group in 2012. And since 2015, we are an independent sitting in Washington, D.C., working globally. Currently, we work with more than 30 countries on open data and open government to help partners to transform their public procurement systems. And we help reformers first to build coalitions of change, publish and use data, not just for the sake of saying that we have OCDS, but actually to manage and improve public procurement sphere, and to measure progress and institutionalize reforms. One of our core products is Open Contracting Data Standard. And it's great that it is already embedded into the digitalization strategy. So the standard helps to disclose all the information throughout the whole contracting cycle, from planning to implementation. And again, it's very important to understand that we need data not just to tick the box that OCDS is published, and we receive some additional points, in open data charters, ratings, or something else, but actually to focus on the use of data to drive change. OCDS helps not just to structure and publish data, but is designed for key users' needs. It helps to improve value for money and efficiency. It helps to promote integrity. It helps to guarantee effective service delivery and level playing field for businesses, which is crucial in the context of Lebanon. And I'm coming from Ukraine. We heard, probably we will hear about Prozoro today because Alexander Shatkovsky will be speaking. But generally in 2014, we had a huge challenge of corruption. So there are a lot of ways how officials and bidders can manipulate with public procurement systems, and that's very well covered in the strategy as well. So in Ukraine, corruption perception in public procurement back in 2014 was awful. 99% of businesses didn't believe that it's possible to win a contract, public contract, without giving a bribe. And that was something that united the nation back in 2014. We had the Revolution of Dignity, and basically it was a catalyst of our procurement reform. Fight against corruption was our why at that time, was our main objective. Also now everything changed, so we have to focus more on some other aspects, and we'll discuss it later. One of the important approaches of Prozoro was everyone sees everything. And it used OCDS from the very beginning. And from the very first day of pilot implementation of Prozoro, since February 2015, it established business intelligence tool. And you now see the business intelligence from Ukraine. And I'll try to briefly demonstrate you how it works to understand that OCDS and analytical infrastructure is not something, that helps to tick the box, but actually that helps to manage your system. In the strategy, we read a lot about KPIs, performance indicators, and monitoring and evaluation plan to track how the system is progressing. So business intelligence empowered by OCDS data gives you an opportunity to control it in real time. So to see how many buyers and which buyers specifically are using the system, and to see how they are progressing. So in terms of Ukraine, for example, COVID pandemic, all COVID contracts were tagged by a specific data field. So with one click, we can immediately filter all COVID pandemic contracts, and we can drill down, for example, to ventilators to see who was supplying ventilators. It's CPV 4-digit classifier, just a second. So here are the ventilators. And now if we are managing our public procurement system and want to make a data-driven, evidence-based decision, whether actually those who are working in this field require additional support in terms of stimulation of small and medium enterprises. So what can we do with the business intelligence in real time, what is very important? We can say immediately what kind of companies are actually supplying these ventilators to the government during the pandemic. And we see that large companies account only for 3.3% of total volume on transactions on ventilators, which means that 97% is small and medium business. And probably in this field, we don't add additional, let's say, measures for business support. Then let's try to understand who is failing with contract implementation. And again, within several seconds, with the use of OCDS-based business intelligence, we can filter all transactions for ventilators, and we can see what kind of contracts were actually terminated without a payment, meaning that supplier could not deliver on its commitment. And again, sometimes it happened, the workload on the business intelligence is pretty big, so sometimes it's a little bit slow, but we can click on canceled with no payments, and we can see immediately all those contracts that have been terminated, and we can quickly go to the bidder's profile to see who those companies are. And from here, we can get to contracts, companies' beneficiaries. So that basically gives us an understanding who owns the company and who cannot deliver. We as Open Contracting Partnership are supporting our partners with similar infrastructure. And we have been developing similar tools in partnership with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and FCDO in multiple countries. So for example, in Moldova, in real time, you can see how, just a quick use case, money for education are spent. And here you can immediately see number of schools, for example, in the capital of Chisinau, capital of Moldova, 51 school and educational institutions, and immediately who actually controls the supply of different works, goods, and services. And in terms of food supply, we can see that there are basically 5 companies that control 98% of supply. So that's important to understand that OCDS and data publication is not just a requirement, to satisfy, let's say, some open government partnership commitments, but it's a new approach for public procurement management. Moreover, it helps to build trust between government, citizens, and businesses, which is crucial in current circumstances worldwide and in Lebanon specifically. I believe that new modern e-procurement system, in addition to all the modules described in the first presentation, have to have a mandatory module of business intelligence, not just simple dashboards that satisfy some basic use cases, but advanced analytics available for everyone that gives an opportunity to investigate, monitor, and basically conduct a 360 analysis of every particular transaction that is happening in public procurement system. In terms of our lessons learned that might be applied in Lebanon context. First of all, I mentioned today the question of institutions. And obviously, it's crucial to identify your political leaders that will be promoting this reform and invest in the teams and partnerships. It's crucial to understand your big why. So what I mentioned in Ukrainian context in 2014, the big why that united teams was anti-corruption and zero tolerance to corruption. It's great to have a big why for Lebanese procurement reform, not simply, digitalization or reform, but understanding the purpose of this transformation, economic development, building back better, inclusion, and so on and so forth. So try to think about this why and promote the reform not simply as public procurement reform or digitalization, but something strategic and uniting for the nation. And obviously, from the very beginning, engage businesses and civil society, because they will help you to sustain this transformation and promote it further. We suggest to think big, but start small and gradually develop and implement your solutions and reforms. Obviously, July 2022 sounds very ambitious, but it's important to understand that before July 2022, you'll definitely be able to pilot some approaches. For example, as discussed today, on a small value contract, on particular procedures, on a voluntary basis. And this would be a great start to rebuild trust, because you will be given some non-mandatory contracts below threshold, for example, contracts, as a new opportunities for business, showing your openness and readiness to really promote open contracting principles. Third, publish open data and provide real-time analytical infrastructure from the very beginning. Again, it will help to support your reform and to manage your reform, because you will be getting insights immediately. And I think that everyone sees everything. That's something that we don't have to be afraid of. Obviously, there might be some restrictions and exclusions, but generally there is nothing to hide from public eye in terms of public spendings. We suggest to invest in feedbacks, complaints review, and oversight from the very beginning as well. First, institutionally, but second, be open to feedback from business and citizens. And even if you are piloting small value contracts, get this feedback to understand where you are doing wrong and what you are doing right to actually continuously improve yourself. Obviously, continual engagement and change management, as said before, invest in partnership that will help to scale your reform and foster trust and protect progress. Capacity building, and capacity building. Obviously, you have to invest in road shows, developing massive online open courses, resources library where everyone could see standard documentation specifications, some hints, case studies, organize conferences, engage universities, chambers of commerce, consultants, talk about your reform and train about your reform everywhere. Secondary legislation obviously is important. It's not needed to implement everything through secondary legislation, but it's flexible tool, for example, as OCDS. Communication and public relation, it's something that we usually forget to invest in. And building a strong brand, like, Prozoro, for example, it's very important because it will be very well accepted by citizens and will help to secure all of your investments and efforts. Be a leader as a government, show how to use data and use data to actually manage procurement, conduct evidence-based decision, and show all the stakeholders that it's just not just your imagination, but actually a proven fact that this decision would be the best to conduct. And use key performance indicators, obviously, that can help you to measure your progress and change some of the decisions on the go, because definitely there won't be everything as smooth as described in the strategy. How we can help as OCP? So first, obviously, we can help you to publish, share, and use standardized structured open contracting data. We as OCP are happy to support you with the development, for example, of business intelligence infrastructure as demonstrated on Ukraine, Moldova, Kyrgyz, Afghanistan, Chile, and some other cases. So it's already available and we are happy to cooperate with you on that. We offer free global help desks that can assist you to publish data and some analytical tools. We can help you to think how you want to use this information, because it's not only a standard solution on business intelligence, but we are happy to tailor it for your strategic needs, for your reform why, and for who, or value for money, or anti-corruption. So again, happy to brainstorm and happy to support. In terms of methodology, we have a lot of interesting tools, practices on red flags, on KPIs, but also we work with service delivery departments to make sure that they don't just tick the box to comply with legislation, but think about procurement strategically to deliver best value for money to many. Obviously, civic engagement is a must, and that's something that we have to, we suggest to invest from the very beginning. Consider civil society organizations as your partners. They're not troublemakers. They actually want to have a proper public procurement spending that helps all citizens. So again, build these relations and partnership and try to agree on who is responsible for what and how you can help each other. We are happy to provide assistance with change management on national and municipal level. We have several great guides, tools, and methodologies that we use with different governments. So again, happy to work with you on this. And finally, peer-to-peer learning with EGP systems administrators, developers, reform implementers. We are running global community, but also me as the head of Eastern Europe and Central Asia, we have a great community of actual developers and administrators of the systems from Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Kyrgyz Republic, and Kazakhstan. All of them have pretty decent electronic procurement system, and we will be happy to connect you if you require any advice or understand what mistakes or lessons learned they have through their transformation. And be mindful of time. Thanks for your attention and happy to participate in the follow-up discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. Very insightful presentation. سريعاً مستر فيكتور من ال OCP خبرنا عن الابروتش لل OCP كيف يعني كيف اعطانا توصيات، شدد على موضوع التكلفة بالتنفيذ السولوشن الحلول، وكيفية كمان التأكد من sustaining the solution, sustainability flexibility لهالحلول. عطانا example عن يوكرين very interesting example، وقال انه باليوكرين بال 2014 كانت 99%، الارقام بتقول ان 99% من العارضين لن يتمكنوا من الحصول على عقد عام من دون دفع رشوة، وهذا الشيء كان حافز للتغيير وللإصلاح. وهون بلشت اليوكرين تطبق بروزورو. المبدأ تبعه انه كل العالم بيشوفوا كل شيء، يعني كم شاري بيستخدم النظام، شو عم يشتروا اتسترا. عملنا very interesting demonstration عن بروزورو بيوكرين. عطانا سلسلة توصيات للبنان، من اهمها انه لازم يكون في leadership سياسي على الموضوع. نصحنا انه نفكر بطريقة واسعة، ولكن نبلش التطبيق بمراحل صغيرة ومتعددة. وأكيد شدد على أهمية الكاباسيتي بيلدينج، تطوير القدرات والتدريب بهذا الموضوع. شكرا كثير مستر فيكتور. And now we move to Mrs. Eliza Nieuwadomska. She is Senior Counsel, Public Procurement at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. She will be telling us about the power of data in public procurement. Mrs. Eliza, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, or actually good afternoon to you. I am not sure whether the audio does work correctly.
Yes, Eliza, we are hearing you.
Okay,
please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm also not seeing my microphone working, so at least you can hear me, so this is good. Thank you so much for inviting the bank today to join you for this session. Much appreciated. We understand that a lot of effort has been already done into developing the e-procurement systems and preparing them for operations. I am very happy that I am here today speaking after Victor, because this allows me to really need 10 minutes, considering that he has highlighted the key ideas that we normally utilize working with Ancestral Secretariat on e-procurement for regulatory reforms in public procurement. I wanted to share with you today a key insights that we have from piloting electronic public procurement, in particular in the context of the region. We didn't do a lot of work. We just worked with Tunisia and Jordan so far. And I would like to share with you the experience that we had from this exercise and how we believe this could be useful for you to consider when you are preparing a pilot for Lebanon. So the key message that I would like to highlight it is that when we talk about e-procurement, we frequently forget that this is not one e-procurement. This is actually several different tools, and they have to be different because they are serving different types of contract. To keep it simple, we are dividing them by, value, not by complexity, yes? So we have on public procurement market a huge number of contracts which are so-called micro value or low value, to which contracts either public procurement law does not apply at all, or applies only with the simplified procedures. And then we have regulation for high value contracts, where we have a set of requirements that are driven by international trade treaties, regulatory standards, and other mandatory requirements on transparency and competition. What we try to bring to the attention of everyone that is starting the e-procurement reform, it is that while you have different markets and you have to have electronic tools, very simple, for micro value of the contracts, which we understand essentially from $0 to $1,000, and then for low value contracts from $1,000 to $10,000, these are the majority of the spending under the budget. So just to refer to the example of Ukraine mentioned before, in Ukraine, 60% of state budget on goods and services is going to the micro contracts. 60%. So this is a lot of money. So the lesson we would like to highlight at the beginning of the path for the e-procurement, it is that each market needs different e-procurement tools for micro value, for low value, and for high value contracts. These tools, they are sort of growing in complexity. We can have a very simple tools for micro contracts. Then we have more complex tools for higher value contracts. And finally, we have pretty sophisticated tools for high value contracts, in particular for construction. But when it comes to the transparency requirements, if we know that so much money is actually at the bottom of this procurement pyramid, we should apply the same transparency rules from bottom up, okay? So while we can design tools to be simplified to use, that requiring differently applied competition levels, we should have the transparency safeguards applied across the entire market. Because if we don't do it from this micro value, which may take a large part of the budget, then you will not achieve the result for the market that you would like to do. And the key question for the government that is implementing the e-procurement, it is how to apply e-procurement and how to apply competition at the bottom of this pyramid, okay? We understand that the top of the pyramid, high value contracts, are typically most attractive to big suppliers, but the government money is at the bottom of the pyramid. And this is something that has to be taken into account when you schedule a rollout of your e-procurement tools. And this is essentially a division that we have worked out working with a number of countries, that essentially you have to decide which tool you will use for micro, which e-procurement tool you will use for small value, and which e-procurement tools you need to implement procedures and procurement for high value contracts. And for micro, the normal application of micro is that you permit direct award as long as it is registered, or you try to build online shopping, which is serving this market. And within the online shopping, you allow some competition to take place as a price comparison between products standardized and listed in the e-catalog. And here there are very successful examples in Ukraine. Prozoro Market is doing exactly this job. In parallel, they are using, so if you cannot find standardized product in the e-catalog, you go for the auction and you buy it within the competition in auction. And if you cannot find it in the e-catalog and you don't want to do the auction and the value is low, so before this $1,000, you can go for the direct award. So we essentially need tools for this micro contract that can allow online shopping, auction, and direct award. But this has to be registered so we know where this money is going. And this is the reason why keeping electronic tools with open data is so important, because if you don't know where goes 60% of your state budget, this is really bad for the government, okay? And on small value, we typically have the question of how to apply a request for quotation electronically and whether we should apply a request for proposal electronically. These are two variations of the open procedure. and each government decides for themselves. We have seen governments using only electronic request for quotation here, and we have seen governments using also simplified request for proposal for small value. And for the high value, we typically would have very seldom used request for quotation, most frequently used request for proposal, and then negotiated procedures. Negotiated procedures with publication and offers, things that are called in the EU system competitive dialogue, and under UNCITRAL negotiated procedures with proposals. Here we have a larger list of procedures that we have to serve through electronic system. But guess what? When we started to do reform with the Ministry of Finance in Moldova, we have asked them, okay, for high value, can you please tell us what your contracting entities are actually using? And they said, well, we don't have full record, but we do have some record. And guess what? 93.7% of contracts for high value, they were signed in a request for proposal, no matter that the law prescribes 7 other procedures, okay? So the message for e-procurement team was very clear. We have to start from digitalizing request for proposal, okay? And this is something that is a constant reminder throughout our work, and we wanted to share it with you, because essentially what you have to make sure that for micro you have tools, just not to lose visibility of this huge spending from the budget. So here it's direct award, online shopping, or auction. For small value, in most cases, you have to have request for quotation in the electronic format, and then for high value, you need to check how people were buying before and how you want them to buy today, and start from enabling digitally the procedure that has the highest market share, okay? And finally, the practical issues. And these issues, I have put them here as a matrix of the institutions. And to be honest, we have seen all sorts of configurations of this matrix. The government putting e-procurement system in the regulatory authority. The government putting e-procurement system under the central purchasing units. The government allowing contracting authorities each to have their own e-procurement system. But honestly speaking, no matter what was the intended setup, yes, we have quickly realized that actually e-procurement system manager is the person who is driving the implementation of the law. Because if they don't have something in the system, this procedure will be less used or badly used, okay? So, sorry to say, I have seen your reform strategy, but it's not most important to have public procurement regulatory authority upfront. It's not most important to have your complaint body upfront. The most important thing to have is to have e-procurement system operator appointed and staff, because if they will give you the tools, you will see your law implemented in real life. That's my personal view. I know that it's pretty controversial, but this is what I see from experience, okay? And finally, key decisions. You have heard an overview of the presentation from the World Bank expert, and I am not going to repeat the key points, but I would like to highlight these general objectives, that if you want to have genuine transparency secured by e-procurement system, you cannot implement e-procurement tools in a fragmented manner. What we mean by fragmented manner? You cannot implement notices and then bidding, submission of bids, and then evaluation, and then contracts, and then whatever. Because this is not teaching people how to use the tools. Because focusing on making one component of the system perfect means that other steps of the process are offline and people are not learning to work online. And what we have learned in practice, it is that most successful systems, they were systems that were offering one functionality at each step, one functionality for planning, one functionality for publication, very simple submission, very simple tool for reporting evaluation, and very simple tool for reporting the contract, but everything was reported to the system more or less as it was taking place, if not supported by the system itself. And this is the idea behind a huge success of Georgia in 2008. And this is the idea behind the huge success of Portugal in 2008. You digitalize the entire cycle on the minimum level, and then you work to increase functionality for each step. You don't wait with next component until you will make the publication of the notices perfect. This is practice, I'm sorry. And then what is the second point that I want to highlight for you, because you have it very well spelled out in your action point. This is the key stakeholders. And honestly speaking, for most of the governments, the key stakeholders are other ministries in the central government. But in practice, they are not key stakeholders. Each key stakeholder, it is a municipality. Because if you will have municipality applying the procurement rules correctly, you have the entire market. So your key stakeholder, especially when you are starting the reform, it's not your central government ministerial colleagues. This is a municipal government that is spending the municipal budget. And I also understand that this is pretty counterintuitive, but this is also true from the budget scale perspective. Municipalities are handling the budget that is most important for local domestic business. If you get municipal procurement right, you have the right e-procurement system for the entire market. And finally, what we would like to highlight, we would like to highlight two practical solutions that we have seen delivering value, which is the online help desk. And we have seen this being very successful in Tunisia, in the Kyrgyz Republic. Now we are working on similar project in Tajikistan. So how it works? The government is putting a simple e-procurement system in place, starts to operate this system on voluntary basis, but suppliers who are not trained, they can go to the help desk, not to tell them how to press the button, but how to prepare a bid and submit. This does require an effort in setting up the help desk, but we have seen it being hugely successful in Tunisia with TUNEPs, and we have seen it hugely successful in the Kyrgyz Republic when it brought to the procurement system lots of new suppliers, and these suppliers, they were small business. And this is what these governments wanted to achieve. And finally, what we would like to highlight, it is a question of how to promote the e-procurement to the market. And honestly speaking, the simpler procedure you have, the easier it is to get everyone on board. By simple, we mean, I'm sorry, heavily automated. Simple does not mean simplistic. It's simple to use, but has embedded all the transparency safeguards the government needs. And if you start the e-procurement piloting from procedure that looks simple to use for people, for suppliers, for public buyers, but it actually has embedded essentially all transparency safeguards, because it's publishing everything online as it goes in real time, preferably it can be achieved. When you teach them that whatever information is handled by public body, it's not subject to, selling it to selected suppliers, but making it public to everyone upfront. And finally, when you open the evaluation decisions for the debriefing in the market that does not trust the government, it makes the market to start trusting the government. And this is our experience from Georgia, from Ukraine, from Tunisia, from Moldova, from Kyrgyz Republic. We have seen it everywhere happening in a similar manner. If you decide to close certain decisions at the beginning of the reform, quoting them confidential, forget your market to trust your new reform. They will not do. And this is life. And finally, suppliers. It will always gonna be like this, and I'm sorry for being brutally honest with you, that suppliers selling the products to the government, they will sell it better than government procurement officers will buy it for the government. This is true in the developed countries, this is true in emerging economies, this is true in developing countries. Because this is the market feature that we always have a seller having more information about his product and more commercial experience than any procurement officer in the government, with a small exception of highly qualified procurement staff of specialized central purchasing bodies. But if you don't have them, you have to accept that supplier will have the advantage. So you have to simplify decision-making for your procurement officer, so he's not being taken for his market-specific lack of product knowledge. And this is behind any type of online shopping system. Because if you decide how to set up the online shopping, the whole job of preparing the selection of suppliers, preparing the evaluation of goods, putting them on the online system and allowing procurement officer just to go and press the button buy if it's direct hour, or go and compare 5 proposals based on price only, everyone can do it. Everyone can do it with zero training, because we are shopping online in our daily personal lives for the last 20 years. But if you will require the same procurement officer to prepare qualification of the supplier, to prepare evaluation of the product, and then you want him to run it through the system which asks you what you want to do now, please make a choice, he does not know what to do. So building online shopping systems, especially handling the micro and low value, it is giving you a win scenario upfront, because the training for the procurement officers how to use these tools is minimal. And this is on what success in Korea has been built. And this is on what success in Chile, Argentina, and now Brazil has been built. That for majority of purchases, procurement officer is being served by someone else who has done the selection for the online shop. Yes, you have to have this someone, but this someone is serving the entire market. And finally, when it comes to e-procurement pilot, the only advice I can pass on this, it is to find for yourself a quick win. And I'm sorry for being honest, but if you will not find this quick win on the e-procurement, you will not succeed persuading the market that you are serious. And the market will ignore the law. And ignoring the law on paper is very easy. And you would need to have very good enforcement tools and units to make sure the law is enforced when you don't have electronic tools. So looking at what e-procurement is and all these components, they were described in the first presentation, you have to find yourself a quick win, something that you can put on the market in 3 months, something that can become operational in 6, and something that will handle as much of the budget spent by your public sector buyers as you can put on it. For each country, this is different thing. For some countries, this is online shopping. For some countries, this is online contract. For others, it's registration of suppliers. This is decision to be taken by you in the government, taking into account what services and portals you have, because nothing will come on the market within 3 months that you already don't have or you already didn't develop, because this is the feature of the market. Every IT project done from scratch is taking 6 months of research and development, another 12 months to 18 of developing customized solution, and then you may take as much as 1 to 3 years to introduce it to the market. And if you buy off-the-shelf solution, yes, you can do it quickly, but it does not mean the time to market is going to be much better. It's going to be minimum 2 years as well. So what we wanted to highlight from this experience, and I am putting here TUNEPs and JONEPs in particular, because we have been looking at them from the perspective how to make sure that you have enough competition in electronic procedures, that you have suppliers to select from, and you have products to buy. So the essence for TUNEPs was to introduce simple registration. So if you think that average business, legal business operator who is outside of the gray zone knows how to use electronic signature, how to work with digital systems, how to submit electronic bid, and how to sign electronic contract, they don't know. So registration has to be absolutely the way that you would register for the Facebook account, and qualification has to be tick the box. Yes, there is a lot of background work in the solutions which are tick the box for supplier, but that's the only way. And in Tunisia, they have done a shift from complex registration with a requirement to buy electronic signature to the simplified registration and road shows that were going to municipalities, opening a workshop for 1 day. Every interested supplier alerted by the local chamber of commerce could come, get his electronic signature, learn how to use the tool, install the bidding module on his phone, and be ready to go. And that's the story behind the TUNEP success 3 years ago. They brought, within 6 months, they brought 3,000 suppliers to the platform, and they started to build on it. And they made them really operational because of that. And second thing, this is the price quotation from e-catalog. To be honest, in JONEPs, it still does not work as far as we know, but in TUNEPs, it has been put first forward. In some cultures, it does work. In some cultures, it does not work that well. But generally speaking, simplified online quotation for the good that is selected from the list is the easiest for supplier. Okay, because if they get an information, please quote for this product, and they see this product shown about what this product is, and when we are on the micro and low value, we can point out specific product, they would quote. And they would quote quite happily, and they will deliver quite easily because it's simple, okay? And then what we call by simplified electronic open tender, this is the mechanism that most probably we will have another expert speaking here about, so I'm just going to highlight it. This is the decision of the government to minimize qualification of suppliers for goods. Minimize, not to make it worse, of course not. Minimize in the way that you don't request everyone to submit a set of documents to confirm his capacity for the high value, for delivery of high value contract. It means that you first evaluate the technical proposal and the price, depending how you can do it, and you seek qualification documents only from the winner, not from everyone who participated in the tender. This has made e-procurement revolution possible in Georgia. This has made the e-procurement revolution possible in Ukraine. And I have mentioned already the online help desk for suppliers. And this was what we have started from, that suppliers have to be educated how to bid. And I have to tell you that when we moved with this approach from Tunisia to Kyrgyz Republic, we have realized that this online help desk is not only for suppliers, it's also for contracting entities. And this is not the help desk about press the button or how to press the button. This is the help desk. I want to buy this item and I don't know which procedure to use and there is no guidance. So it's a professional advice given, I'm sorry, over the phone or over chat, because this is how we work today. And in Kyrgyz Republic, we had to reconsider, and in addition to the help desk for suppliers, to help the Ministry of Finance to create a same help desk using chat and using phone for contracting entities who knew that this advice being given from the ministry is being recorded on the system. So if they follow this advice, they are safe. No one will tell them that they have done something wrong. And that's all. So in terms of action points, clearly from our experience, simplifying the registration and qualification helps suppliers to jump into the system. E-auctions on online shopping for bottom of the pyramid worked for everyone, okay? Help desk, if you can have it for suppliers, that's amazing. If you could have it for suppliers and the contracting authority, so you have more people serving this help desk, it's even better. And finally, reconsidering the approach for high value. If you are new to the market, invest with electronic tools, invest in the procedure that is simplifying the job of the contracting authority, in particular evaluation panel, because they evaluate only the winning bid. If this bid fails, they go to the next one, okay? So we have built this advice from practice. We do understand that it's mainly practice driven. Most of these findings you will still find in the Are You Ready for e-Procurement that we have published in 2015, and it's still valid. I'm preparing an update for it to be launched in March. And just to give the credit, we have learned most from MEPA in Italy. And what we have learned from MEPA in Italy, we were trying to contribute to Prozoro in Ukraine. And from Prozoro in Ukraine, whatever worked in a challenging market has been taken forward to Tunisia, to Jordan, to CIS, to Kyrgyz Republic, to Tajikistan. So this is advice that may sound counterintuitive, but it's brought from practical experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Eliza, for this very important presentation. Actually, you shed light on crucial issues to be taken into consideration in the implementation of e-procurement. Thank you سريعا Mrs. Eliza خبرتنا المساج الأساسي اللي قالته إنه ما في نوع واحد e-procurement لكل أنواع العقود، في أنواع مختلفة من e-procurement لكل نوع عقود. عطيت examples عن العقود المايكرو السمول والهاي فاليو عقود، وكل وحدة فصلت وأسهبت بالطرق اللي بتقترحها لكل نوع من العقود. عطيت example باليوكرين مثلا إنه وقت الأرقام بيّنت إنه 60% من العقود هي صغيرة، عقود صغيرة، راحوا على نوع معين من يعني الأوكشن والإي أوكشن والأونلاين شوبينج بلشوا فيهم. شددت على أهمية إنه يكون في هي اللي سمته e-Procurement System Manager، وعلى أهمية هيدا الفانكشن يلي هو بده يكون يعني يقود عملية هيدي العملية وأهمية دوره. عطيت هايلايتس وشددت على أهمية الهيلب ديسك، وعطيت اكزامبل من تونبس وقديش كان ناجح. عطيت وبنشكرها عليها، عطيت كل التعليقات والفيدباك على الرؤية الاستراتيجية، ويعني هذا الفيدباك من خبرتها ببلاد مثل يوكرين، مولدوفا، تونس وأخرى. شكرا جزيلا مسز إلايزا، شكرا. نحن هلا هيك بنكون اختتمنا الجلسه الاولى. نحن عنا اسئله، اذا حدا عنا جلسه اسئله واجوبه، ما بعرف اذا تاخرنا على الاجنده على البريك. هلا مثل ما بتحبوا، او بناخذ بريك وبنرجع، او بنعمل اسئله واجوبه وبناخذ بريك. تفضل.
رنا سوري، في شيء بروسيدجر نحن شوي كيف بدي اقول اتخذنا بالمقدمات بالكلمات الافتتاحيه، بشكل انه ما عدنا عملنا البري ايفالويشن. فاذا في مجال بحب اخذ 5 دقائق من وقتكم لحتى نعبي البري ايفالويشن. شوي رح يكون الوضع اصطناعي، بمعنى انه رح نعوزكم تخبرونا عن معرفتكم كيف كانت بأول هيدا السيشن مش حاليا، وعلى بناها بقدر أعمل مقارنة بالبوست ايفالويشن يلي راح وزعها بآخر ورشة العمل. هل هيدا بيكون ممكن؟
إيه أكيد ممكن أحمد. أنا بقترح إنه نعمل هيدا الشيء خلال البريك، لأنه تأخرنا على الأجندة، بتقدر توزعهم وبيقدروا يعبون خلال البريك.
أوكي.
هلأ بفتح المجال للأسئلة، إذا في أسئلة لناخدها سريعا قبل ما ناخد، بعرف إنه تعبتوا، قبل ما ناخد بريك ونرتاح شوي. وكمان على زوم إذا في أسئلة بالشات بوكس. بس ما اوكي. سو انا بقترح هلا نوزع الاسئله احمد، ناخذ بريك 10 دقائق وبنرجع بنكفي الجلسه الثانيه. ميرسي. 12 وربع 12 وربع، بس ما عطيتنا ربع ساعه. 12 وربع بنكفي الجلسه الثانيه. فينا نرجع نكفي الجلسة الثانية بليز؟ تحبوا تنضموا لنا للجلسة الثانية؟ رح نكفي لكن الجلسة الثانية. قبل ما نبلشها بحب كثير إنه أسمع آرائكم، إذا فينا ناخد آرائكم حول الجلسة الأولى. any comment, any question regarding الجلسة الأولى، أو كمان من البلاتفورم زوم، بس ما عنا شيء على زوم. طيب، معنا على البانل السيدة لميا مبيض بساط، رئيسة المعهد المالي، وهي يعني مدام لميا بصفتك الشابرون لهالمسيرة من أولها، بحب أسمع رأيك باللي سمعتيه اليوم. يا ريت هيك بنكسر لأنه بين 2 سيشنز. تفضلي.
اوكي. صباح الخير للجميع و thank you Rana for a job very very well done. صباح الخير للزملاء بالإدارات الرسمية ولكمان الزملاء من المؤسسات الدولية اللي عم نشتغل معها. للحقيقة يعني جلسة مثيرة كتير للاهتمام ومثيرة للأسئلة. أهم شيء إنه جلسة مثيرة للأسئلة. مثل ما بتعرفوا يعني لما بلشنا هيدا الإصلاح بالفترة السنتين اللي كنا شايفين إنه أهم نقطة وأكثر نقطة استراتيجية هي الإي-Procurement، ونجاحها أو فشلها هو رح ينجح أو يفشل هالمسيرة. وأنا بلتقي كتير باللي قالته إلايزا من البنك الدولي، من البنك الأوروبي BRD، بأنه هيدي هي اللي رح يمشوا السيستم، هو رح يمشي القانون إذا بدكم. وهي لحظة كتير مهمة لنا نفكر مزبوط بالخيارات اللي لازم ناخدها اليوم. ومشان هيك نحن كمنسق وطني، يعني المعهد المالي كمنسق وطني معتمد عليكم بأنه تعملوا هالفيدباك، لأنه بصراحة بالبلد ما في اختصاصي اليوم بيقدر يقول انه عنده authority اذا بدكم، او substantive مثل ما بنسميها authority، يعني ميزه اذا بدكم، معرفيه اساسيه بهذا الموضوع. ولذلك عم نعتمد بشكل اساسي على التجربه الدوليه، وتجربه تونس تحديدا فيها كثير من الدروس نتعلمها، وتجربه اليوكرين اللي رح نتسمعها بعد شوي. من هون بس كان بدي أعلق وأقول إنه إن كان لفيكتور ولا إلايزا ولا كل المتحدثين السابقين، لما بلشنا نوضع هالقانون كنا شايفين من الأول صعوبة تطبيقه، وخاصة بالإي-Procurement. ومشان هيك نحن بالإنيشال درافت، يعني بالمسودة الأولى للقانون، كانت فترة التحضير هي 2 سنين مش سنة، لكن تم ضغطها للسنة ونص من قبل وزير المالية، ورجع بالبرلمان رجعوا نزلوها للسنة تحت يعني إذا بدكم مثل نوع من انسنتيف لحتى الجهاز التنفيذي يتحرك بسرعة. نحن مش هي قناعتنا، لكن هيدا اللي صار اليوم. السؤال كيف فينا بالفترة اللي جاية نوضع إذا بدكم أبروتش سريعة وأجايل، وما تفوتنا مثل ما بيقولوا بمتاهات، ونحصل على النتيجة. هيدا الشيء اللي اليوم عم نجرب نوصل له. في درافت استراتيجية. نحن عنا كتير أسئلة على درافت استراتيجية اللي قدمها بول، وبتشكروا لتقديمه ولكل الجهد اللي حطوا فيها. بس نحن لازل عندنا أسئلة كتير كبيرة. هل نعتمد السيستم اللي اوريدي موجود وعنده مشاكله؟ صحيح هو اوبن سورس لكن غير مملوك من، إذا بدكم اونرشيب أساسية من الدولة تقدر تعمل الانترفنشن مثل ما هي. هل هيدا السيستم رح يقدر يكون سهل ومثل ما قالت إلايزا يعني سهل لدرجة إنه أي شخص ممكن يستعمله وإلا ما حدا رح يستعمله، وخاصة القطاع الخاص؟ هل رح نقدر نكون عندنا ضمن فريق إدارة هذا المشروع القدرة إذا بدكم الوطنية تديره؟ عندنا أسئلة كتير كبيرة على هذا الموضوع، وأسئلة كتير أساسية، ونحن بحاجة لمساعدة يعني بين كل الموجودين اليوم لا نقدر نجاوب عليها. لأنه بصراحة نحن وجهة نظرنا إنه وجهة نظرنا يمكن إنه الأفضل نبني تجربة مختلفة عن الدلتا سيستم الموجود، والسرعة أثبتت إنه في بقلب البلد قدرات وطنية تقنية عالية جدا، ما كتير أبدا مختلفة على اللي موجود بالأوكران وإستونيا، وحتى عم تروح تشتغل بأوكران وإستونيا. وبنت سيستمز بأقل من يعني أشهر. اليوم صاروا سيستمز وطنيين وعم بيعتمدوا على سكيل كتير كبيرة، واليوم كتير معتمدين. إمباكت واحد منهم، وهلأ البطاقة كمان اللي رجعت انضمت على إمباكت. الخيارات هون بدها تكون كتير بعيدة عن الرأي الشخصي. بس ما عنا جواب، اللي عم جرب أقوله ما عنا جواب. بتشكر كتير المحاضرين اللي قالوا على إنه ضروري تكون في purpose، يعني هدف، انه مش عم نعمل procurement للإيد procurement، بده يكون في هدف وطني استراتيجي. اكيد نحن بدنا نحارب الفساد، وهيدا وحده من الشيء اللي بيجمعنا بالأوكران، ثورة الانتجريتي الداخلية اللي عم نعملها من قلب الإدارات. بس هل يا ترى هيدا هو السلوغن الوطني؟ وأي سلوغن بدنا نلاقي؟ everyone sees everything. هل هيدا هو السلوغن اللي نحن اليوم كبلد حاضرين تنقبله بظل الضغط الكتير كبير المعيشة اللي كلنا عم نعيشه، خاصة موظفين الإدارة العامة؟ في أسئلة كتير عميقة اليوم انطرحت وعم بتخلينا كتير نفكر. أنا ما عندي ولا سؤال رنا، أنا ولا سؤال ولا جواب، عندي أسئلة كل الوقت عم بطرحها على نفسي أنا وعم بسمع. كل شيء بقدر أقول إنه بتمنى إنه هالجلسة تقدر كل اللي شاركوا فيها يعطونا الكومنتس تبعهم، كان ان رايتنج ولا بأي طريقة بيحبوا، لحتى نرجع نعمل ريفيو لهالاستراتيجي تبع الاي بروكيورمنت اللي حضرها بول بشكل تكون عم تعكس هالتجربة الدولية، وبتعكس كمان آرائنا إذا بدنا الوطنية. وشكرا.
ميرسي كتير مدام لميا على هالفيدباك. وتصديقا على كلامك اجاك دغري سؤال على بالشات بوكس. مدام حنان ابي غانم عم تسال انه مدام لميا with the same corrupted system how can we proceed with the public procurement and then e-procurement؟ يعني تصديقا لكلامك على المخاوف والهواجس اللي موجوده على التطبيق. يعني ما بعرف اذا بتحبي
بتشكرها لست حنان ومع حق بالسؤال، بس بعتقد انه احلى جواب حيجيها هلا من العرض اللي حتسمعه من الإكران من بروزورو، لأنه أنا شفت شوية تجربة بعمق وبعرف إنه ما في شيء مستحيل.
ميرسي كتير. ميرسي. قبل ما بلش هالجلسة الثانية بليز بطلب منكم هون بالقاعة وعلى زوم تو ميوت ذا مايكروفونز. في شوية عم بيقولوا لي في شوية ضجة على الصوت. بليز everybody to mute the microphone غير يلي بده يحكي لأنه في ضجة بالقاعة الباري. ثانك يو. رح نبلش الجلسة الثانية، وبالجلسة الثانية رح نسلط الضوء على تجربة ناجحة أخذنا عليها أفانجو بأول جلسة من مستر فيكتور، وهلأ رح يكون معنا مستر ألكسندر Shatkovsky, International Public Procurement Consultant, who is also former head of Public Procurement Department, Ministry of Economy in Ukraine. Mr. Alexander, you will share with us the experience of Ukraine and Prozoro. Please welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone from Rain, Ukraine. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, perfectly.
Fine, that's great. So I immediately start my presentation. Is it visible? So can you see the presentation? Can you please confirm?
Yes, everything's okay.
Okay, great. So we already mentioned several times during the session the case of Prosoro as example of successful reform. I will go through it again, and we'll try to make focus on the implementation of the reform, of the strategy, and what challenges we faced in Ukraine when we were elaborating the plan for reform, and where we were trying to implement, to make this plan real, to make it become a reality. So just moving. Yeah. Okay. So you already saw these photos. 3 photos represent luxury style of our former president Yanukovych, who escaped from the country, and one more. So it's again about corruption. One more photo with the big hole in the road also reflects poor quality of procurement process and procurement results. So indeed in 2000.
Mr. Alexander, sorry to interrupt. Can you please go closer to the microphone? We barely hear you. We can barely hear you. Or remove please the earphones, please. Can you use without earphones? The sound is not very clear. Can you try it now?
Yeah, I will replace with earphones because it's Can you hear me now better?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you. Much better.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Alexander, much better. Thank you.
Can you hear me now better, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Sorry for this technical issue. Well, so as it was already mentioned, the point of departure for Ukrainian reform in 2015 was very urgent need to fight corruption. And you can see that we had quite poor results for the time in terms of corruption cases in public procurement area. And what is important for that time, there was deficit of attention to procurement efficiency, but it's always very important, because in any case, public procurement is about satisfaction of public or society needs in infrastructure, in state services, and etc. So that's why, as we have here 3 pictures of luxury style of our former president Yanukovych, who escaped from the country. It's about anti-corruption. The photo number 4 about big hole in the road reflects that attention to quality of procurement process was not such a high as in regard to anti-corruption effect of the reform. But now in 2021, it's the topic of quality of procurement process probably is the main priority for Ukraine. Why the reform happened, why it became possible to implement the reform? Because we had 3 very serious factors. The first factor was window of opportunities, and this window was opened by a revolution of dignity, and all society, business, public sector, civil society organizations was ready to put many efforts to change the state of play, to change the fame of Ukrainian public procurement area as quite corrupted area. and this unity of wishes, unity of efforts to be involved also was probably main important factor. And of course, it was encouraged and heated by dangerous situation in the east of Ukraine and Crimean occupation. Another angle, another factor was very effective cooperation from the very beginning, and this cooperation is still ongoing between public sector, business, and civil society. Well, unfortunately, in my subjective opinion, this cooperation now probably is slightly weaker, especially between public sector and other stakeholders. But it's quite natural because you can't live with high level of enthusiasm during 7 years. So it's everything has different periods in the life. And of course, the quite important factor was strong and comprehensive support of international partners of Ukraine, started from 2014, and this support is still is ongoing. We have very good support from EU, from EBRD, from USA, and from Canada. By the way, talking about preconditions for the reform, on this slide you can see that our law in end of 2013 was quite how to say, very bad law, in fact, because we had many exemptions. It's not even justification for direct procurement or negotiated procedure. It's completely exemption from the law. So it's 43 exemptions from the law. Meantime, single source or direct contracting procedure was most popular and applied in more than 40 cases in terms of value throughout all the contracts. Level of competition was also quite poor, less than 2 bidders per tender, and that's why many tenders had to be cancelled, because we had and we still have rule if for any tender, if there is only one bidder, the tender must be cancelled. And of course, at that times it was paper-based tender process, and it was possible to have different manipulations with bids submitted, but also with tender documents. There was different interesting cases when one bidder received one example of tender documents, another favorite bidder received more advanced, more clear tender documents. So all these different tricks also took place in Ukraine. And for that times, having paper-based system, of course, it was very hard to and almost impossible to track all these violations and irregularities, because papers, of course, paper documentation had very complicated level of access for civil society organizations, even for bidders sometimes. Yeah. So in 2000, the stages of reform, how it happened. In 2014, the new Public Procurement Law was adopted, and one of the main features was very serious decrease of exemptions from the law, from 43 cases to only 12 cases when exemption is allowed. And also there was very powerful requirement to publish many items or many portions of procurement information during which is generated during procurement process at the web portal, public procurement web portal. For that times it was web portal owned by the Ministry of Economy, and even for that times this provision of the law covered let's say about 80% of all possible informations that can be generated in procurement process. And of course, there were some other novelties regarding introduction of EU legal provisions, like, for example, a rule how to determine procuring entity to be covered by the law. From 2014, this rule is based on EU law. In previous life, we had slightly different approach. In 2015, the idea to transfer paper-based procurement process into e-procurement dimension or system became very popular and received political support from the government and from the president. It became possible also under support of international partners to introduce very fast version of let's say e-auction model that later was developed into a system that is known now as Prozoro. And this model became pilot exercise, and it was possible for any contracting authority to try it. And it was piloted only for low-value contracts, which were not covered by the law, by the mandatory procurement procedures. So it was for that time the value threshold was about $10,000 approximately, and below the thresholds it was possible to use Prozoro on voluntary basis. Some municipalities, some ministries adopted special internal regulation to make it obligatory. I mean, to make use this e-auction module as obligatory for own contracts. But in general, it was since it was not envisaged by the law, it was voluntary for majority of organizations. In parallel, during 2015, the new law, which was aimed to introduce comprehensive full-scale e-procurement system, was under elaboration. It was joint work of Ministry of Economy and international experts. And in parallel, one more document was under preparation. It was National Public Procurement Reform Strategy and Roadmap. And in the beginning 2016, the new law was adopted in very beginning, as well as new strategy also was approved by the government. Law was adopted by the parliament, and the strategy, public procurement reform strategy, was approved by the government. It must be said that there was no separate e-procurement strategy or e-system strategy. It was general strategy of national public procurement system development, which included and still includes, because strategy is still valid, included separate chapter on development of e-procurement. Coming back to the law, new edition of the law introduced mandatory procurement process via Prozoro system. It also introduced further alignment with the EU provisions, like framework agreement were introduced, self-declaration of bidders also had been introduced, and some other notions. In 2016, it was, you can see that it was a very successful year and very rich for different events. Ukraine also became GPA member, joint government procurement agreement of World Trade Organization, and it allowed Ukrainian business to get access to procurement markets of 43 countries of the world, including EU market. In 2000, the last, let's say, amendments or last stage, it was in 2020, when the new edition of Public Procurement Law entered into the force. Technically, it was adopted in autumn of 2018, but it entered into the force in 2020 in order to have enough time to implement all novelties in as services and functionalities of electronic system. So in this sense, we had parallel situation with which Lebanon has now. So new law, which is valid now, introduced as we call it, Prozoro 2.0, with some new functionalities and some technical updates. It also introduced further alignment with the EU provisions, introducing life cycle cost evaluation, abnormally low price rules, new procedure for restricted tender process. Also, e-catalogs were legalized by this law, because before this law, the e-catalogs were something experimental. New provision about pre-tender market consultations, allowing procuring entities to organize formal and public consultations with business before starting tender process, as well as it increased scope of information which must be published in the system. Now it covers an average, because it depends on the procurement method, but in average it covers 17 pieces of information per each tender process, starting from annual plan and finishing with contract amendments, report on contract implementation, and etc. And some of this information, for example, some minutes of business disclosure or report on completed procurement procedure, are generated by the system automatically, not requiring human interference. So Victor already showed front page of BI Prozoro. So this is latest data from the system as for December. You can see that that almost 50,000 public buyers are in the system, but it's important to understand that 46,000 means not contracting authorities as legal entities, but it's also include cases when one contracting authority has several units, subordinated units, regional branches, which does not have separate legal status as legal entity, but still are included on the framework of one very big contracting authority. You can see that at the first glance, the value of savings is not very impressive, but first of all, it's calculated only for procedures that were successful. So it does not count. It counts all procedures, not counting for those which were cancelled. So it's quite fair, quite honest figure. And of course, it also depends on different situations, because, for example, in some very skillful contracting authorities can reach sometimes even 15% of savings. It also, this figure is calculated as difference between initial or planned estimated value of the contract and final contract value. It also shows sometimes quite, let's say, not very advanced ability of contracting authorities to plan and to calculate estimated values of the contract. In any case, it's even more interesting to see the figures showing evolution of statistics from 2016, when the system, the Prozoro, was introduced, and until the latest data from 2020, because the latest data is based on annual report, which is prepared by the Ministry of Economy annually, and this report describes the main data and developments in the system during the relevant year. So what is important here is this table, that share of negotiated procedure as well as some direct procurements was seriously reduced, especially what is important in terms of value. And it's a very good sign, because it means that on one hand, contracting authority try to apply competitive methods for procurement when open tender is main procedure, And it also shows that that activity of business, and especially new business, and trust to the system also is increasing, and attracting new business to try their capacities in public procurement market in Ukraine. Even in terms of current figures on negotiated procedure, it also must be said that quite notable part of this share of this negotiated procedure is resulted from some contracts which are naturally monopolized, especially I mean some utility services like electricity, supply of gas, water supply, centralized heater supply. So even sometimes legally, sometimes technically, these contracts these services can be provided only by sole supplier or service provider. Public perception of this reform also was very positive, and referring to the very good statement of Eliza that society, business may have very great expectations for fast results of the reform. So these fast results shall be very well promoted and advocated by the reform leaders and by the government with support of civil society organizations. So if you have very good information which is very well promoted in society, and it is indeed proved by the facts, it can have very good perception of internally in your country as well as by international partners. So from this slide you can see that there are different recognitions, some awards, and another important figure is that even business from other countries has some good trust to Ukrainian public procurement system, because, for example, according to data from 2020, there are bidders from 67 countries are registered in the system, having access to Ukrainian contracts, and bidders from 44 countries participated in practice last year in Ukrainian contracts. Here you can see the big list, the quite notable serious list of partners which provided and still provide support to introduction and development of Prozoro. Meantime, of course, we need to be honest with challenges and issues, because there is no ideal system. Everything is very dynamic, and every new day can bring new challenges. So at current stage, what is in our agenda for further developments? In terms of legal context, we have two problems, and very serious problem is permanent attempts of especially of Ukrainian parliamentarians to introduce different amendments to the law. So you can see that we have a quite new edition of the law which entered into the force in 2020, and only 1 year and a half passed from the entering into the force of this law, but we have more than 50 draft laws registered in the parliament aimed to amend the law, and majority of these drafts are dedicated to introduction of different exemptions from the scope of the law. So this simply demonstrates an attempt to introduce some exemption reflecting different lobby interests of parliamentarians, and of course some of these attempts were successful, regretfully, during this year, and there are several exemptions introduced, some of them mostly on a temporary basis, but still, even on temporary basis, it gives very bad signals to business and to society. Another case, take into account that this quite large number of draft laws proposing amendments, and we have only 2 or 3 successful attempts. You can see that it's quite possible to prevent and to not allow these negative amendments become legislation. So it's still quite possible, and this preventive mechanism is also described in our national public procurement strategy. This preventive mechanism, I mean preventive, aim to prevent negative amendments to the law. This mechanism envisages permanent consultations between government, led by Ministry of Economy as Public Procurement Authority in Ukraine, with civil society, with international partners, with Parliament, of course, with the Parliament, especially with main dedicated committee of the Parliament on economic policy, which is main structure of the Parliament responsible for public procurement matters. So this permanent consultations helps to prevent adoption of negative amendments. And another, let's say, regular exercise is to continue further alignment of Ukrainian law with EU law. As for now, it's quite already done. Much work had been done, and we have quite minor deviations from the EU law, taking into account that Ukraine is not even a candidate country at the moment. We have only a very advanced association agreement with the EU. So I would say that some quite narrow provisions will still be require implementation in the national law, like innovative partnership procedures that is still quite exotic even in EU countries, some other notions. In terms of procurement practice, in terms of capacities and institutional challenges, well, these 3 groups of issues also are quite relevant for many countries. There is a permanent need to increase or to secure appropriate level of knowledge and experience and skills among users of the system, not only from public sector, but also from bidders. Of course, main tools for this is different training programs. For example, in Ukraine, we have quite advanced online trainings for public sector, for business, for civil society organizations, as well as classical offline seminars, but online, of course, has been becoming more popular due to global pandemic. Another group is technical reliability and functionality of the IT system. Of course, it's quite obvious challenge and quite obvious issue relevant to any IT system. Of course, it's also relevant for e-procurement systems. Sometimes, and I guess in many countries, and including Ukraine, there are some deviations in legal understanding of the provision of the law and in practical interpretation and implementation of this provision in the system. Frankly speaking, it's quite ongoing debates between people from IT area, developers and lawyers about same unified understanding of the provisions of the legislation. I think it's quite widespread situation around the world. In any case, it's possible to fix, no serious problems here, and it's permanent process. And of course, one more important issue is weak attention to internal operational control and to prevention of violations and to increase of procurement efficiency. In Ukraine, still quite, or let's say dominating approach is to introduce monitoring and control focused on correctness of procurement process correctness of application of the law. And regretfully, not too much attention is paid to efficiency of procurement results and also procurement process itself, meaning utilization of human resources, utilization of time needed for procurement process and implementation of the contract, comparison between initial expected parameters and values of procurement and the final parameters received from the contract results. In terms of procurement process, the issue is also quite, let's say, widespread around many countries. Maybe we have some specific, because in Ukraine, for example, still many bidders make mistakes when trying to obtain bank guarantee, bid security, if it is required by tender documents. In Ukraine, we have only one way to have bid security. It's called electronic bank guarantee. And sometimes it may relate to internal issues of the relevant bank selected by tenderers. But still there are some complaints from bidders, that complaints from also from procurement entities, because they expect wider competition, and sometimes they face problem when submitted bank guarantee is not relevant, is not appropriate, and contradicts to conditions of tender documents. And of course, classical case of problem when bid is submitted without all necessary documents envisaged by the tender dossier. Another angle of this case is that sometimes contracting authority require too much unnecessary documents, not very relevant for this particular tender. And this is also mainly reasoned by lack of good qualifications and skills. And talking about this on contracting entities side, we still have numerous cases when tenders are cancelled because contracting authority is not very happy with bidders and with the possible winner of the tender. And in this case, contracting authority try to find artificial ground in the law in order to cancel tender process. Now this practice is decreasing because we have new rule in the law that this decision to cancel tender process also can be appealed to the National Complaints Review Body, and there are indeed such cases. And when Complaints Review Body made decision to cancel decision of contracting authority to cancel tender process and to continue tender evaluation and to award contract. Of course, a classical case is discriminatory rejection or discriminatory requirements, as well as it's also supplemented sometimes decision to award contract to a bidder which must be rejected because its bid is not bid contradicts to the tender conditions. But as I said, this is quite international cases of which can be met in any countries. So further perspectives of our reform, you can see that it's somehow permanent exercise. Actually, it's development. So reform in form of development. So in legislative direction, we still need to introduce some novelties, some notions envisaged by the EU law. According to association agreement and according to our national strategy and roadmap, this must be done by end of next year. So hopefully the relevant amendments will be prepared in nearest time. And of course, probably most important is further development of ProZorro functionality. in order to make it even more useful and convenient for users, for public sector and for business. From 2020, we also have new users. It's centralized procurement bodies. We have these institutions. They have been introduced by the new law, and respectively, the functionality of central bodies also already reflected in the system, in the e-procurement system. But in general, the following developments are expected in ProZorro. So further increase of data security protection. This is permanent exercise, especially in times of different cyber security challenges. The next point or next step is development of some new functionalities in the system. For example, electronic tender documentation. And the idea is to introduce functionality which will allow contracting authority to not upload the tender documents as which is quite the main way to do now, but to fill relevant forms in order to speed up the whole process, and in order to avoid unnecessary mistakes, because when you fill in forms, it's possible to have some help in chat, and also special help services can be introduced already in the relevant functionality. Next direction of development is an introduction of new facilities and services of framework agreements, further development of existing facility for centralized procurement bodies, and also e-catalogs. For example, there is some KPI envisaging that e-catalogs will cover at least 20% of low-value contracts by 2022, by end of the 2022. Hopefully, also e-catalogs will be expanded for services, because now e-catalogs can be applied only for commodities. Hopefully, it will be also possible to do to include services in simple services in e-catalogs. Still, in Ukraine, ProZorro operates machine readable data, but still it's less than 100% and even less than 90%. Hopefully, there is another KPI that such data will reach around 90% by end of 2023. Of course, machine readable data helps everyone, helps to track the procurement process, helps to use data by procurement entities, by bidders, in order to, for example, to prepare documents for another tenders and etc. And e-contracts and e-payments services will be fully available about 2024. Legally, it's possible to use them now, but there are some still some ongoing developments regarding crypto protection, regarding use of Ukrainian treasury system, and regarding also some digital legislation developments. So hopefully it can be even done early. So I expect that this e-contract and e-payment services can become fully available even in 2023. So what lessons can be announced here as lessons learned? All speakers before me made the point that stage by stage approach is really very helpful. You can see from our history that it takes always several stages, and same approach is envisaged in the draft e-procurement strategy presented today. And idea for this approach is also quite obvious, because the implementation of all plans require very careful management of time, resources, human resources, and very well-planned step-by-step development of the system in order to make the system comfortable with requirements of the law. And of course, in this context, it will be very helpful to have very precise and detailed strategy and roadmap. Strategy setting goals and outputs and deliverables, and roadmap setting different time limits, setting different expected volumes of resources to be used for implementation, defining responsible authorities and persons, and etc. Well, additionally, maybe later I will send English version of Ukrainian public procurement strategy and reform, and colleagues will share with all participants. For example, our roadmap is made in form of table with quite precise measures and activities to be implemented, with determination of resources needed, the time limits, deadlines, and expected quite precise results. In any case, roadmap also has additional values. First of all, when the roadmap or strategy are published and advocated and promoted in the country, all stakeholders become very well aware about the content and future plans. And when they're aware, that means that they have time and ability to be well prepared. And when they're well prepared, the perception of the expected changes will be more positive from their side. Also, published strategy approved government as official document always disciplines government authorities to implement the strategy and to coordinate efficient cooperation between government structures and parliament to introduce relevant legislative amendments if needed, and also coordinate efforts for development of IT solutions. When the strategy is very clear, precise, and detailed, and officially approved, international partners also ready to help because they have better understanding what is going on in the system now and what is the plan and how it will be achieved. And of course, we mentioned stage-by-stage approach, but when we have a good comprehensive strategy, it's also possible sometimes to introduce or to implement some activities in parallel way in order to save time and resources. And of course, as I mentioned in the very beginning, extremely important is to introduce some mechanism or permanent collaboration and cooperation, mutual trust, and ability to hear and to have positive mood and attitude to each stakeholder, meaning mechanism of cooperation between public sector, private sector, business, and civil society. So this is must-have precondition for success of reform. Some people in Ukraine call it as golden triangle of cooperation or ecosystem. It doesn't matter how you call it, but it is indeed important to have such kind of collaboration because it will be very helpful to implementation of the reform and also to, as I said, to correct and positive perception of this reform. That's all from my side. We'll have pleasure to answer questions if participants have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander, for this informative presentation about the Ukraine, the case of Ukraine, and the implementation of Prozoro. Thank you. سريعا مستر ألكسندر، عرضت لنا لمكامن القوة وعناصر النجاح لهيدي التجربة، ومنها التعاون بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني، هالتعاون يلي بعده ماشي، ودعم الشركاء الدوليين. ليش كانت خبرتنا ليش هالريفورم كانت مهمة؟ لأنه مثل ما بنعرف وكمان هيدا الشيء بذكرنا بحالات عنا كان في كتير exemptions على القانون، استثناءات، كان في كتير single sourcing يعني التعاقد الرضائي، كان مستوى النشر والشفافية لم يكن بالمستوى المطلوب. خبرتنا كمان عن مراحل تطوير وتطبيق نظام بروزورو وجهود تطويره اللي مستمرة حتى اليوم. عرضت لنا لنقاط الضعف والمشاكل يلي ممكن انه تواجه بالتطبيق، وخبرتنا عن lessons learned، الدروس المستقاة من التجربة الأوكرانية، وشددت على أهمية وضع رؤية واضحة باستراتيجية مع خريطة طريق تكون واضحة. في must have شرط أساسي للنجاح شددت عليه هو التعاون الإيجابي بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني. شكرا جزيلا مستر ألكسندر. ثانك يو. وهلا في عنا يعني مثل ما واضح من وراء كل هالنقاشات يلي صارت اليوم، من وراء آراء الخبراء يلي كانوا معنا من الصبح، واضح انه العمليه منا سهله. انه الاراء في كتير اراء على الطاوله، في كتير وجهات نظر، في كتير حلول، في كتير ابروتشز مثل ما شفنا. العملية منا سهلة. بحب اخذ الكومنتس تبعكم بهذا الموضوع، ان كان من هون او كان من زوم، بس ما بتساعدينا على زوم. آرائكم بالموضوع مثل ما قالت مدام لميا، نحن كمنسق وطني لوحدنا ما فينا نشتغل بهيدا الشيء، بدنا فريق يكون معنا يساندنا بهيدا الموضوع لنقدر نوصل هيدا الشيء على بر الأمان. بس بحب اسمع، هلا عنا شوية وقت متاح على الأجندة لحتى نسمع أو ناخد أسئلتكم أو نسمع آرائكم. وقبل ما أنسى كمان بحب إنه ناخد آرائكم والتعليقات written in writing. So بشجعكم إنه تبعتوا لنا in writing any comments that you may have on the strategy document أو على يعني كل شيء نحكى اليوم. voilà. بفتح الفلور للأسئلة والتعليقات. إذا حدا بحب، إذا من المشاركين بحبوا يسألوا دايركتلي كمان على الكاميرا، بنقدر نفتح الميكرو لهم، بس اعملوا لنا سين بليز، أو فيكم تكتبوا بالشات بوكس كمان. صار فيكم عم بيقولوا لي انه صار فيكم تفتحوا الميكرو وتسالوا السؤال عبر الكاميرا كمان.
ايه مدام رنا.
ايه نعم اهلا.
ايه العيد صالح يعطيك العافيه.
اهلين كولونيل، اهلا.
كيفك؟ شو اخبارك؟ مش الحال؟
الحمد لله، نشكر الله.
بدي اشكركم اول شيء على هالورشه القيمه فعلا والمهمه. انا عندي مثل مداخله على سؤال صغير يعني، بس بعد هالعرض الغني من كل المشاركين او المحاضرين الاكارم. يعني بس الخوف هو انه الخوف بلبنان ببلد مثل لبنان، يعني انه وهذا انحكى كثير يعني فيها بهالورشات اللي صرنا عاملينها نحن وياكم، انه قانون جديد كله تقريبا احكام بمجمله، احكام جديده بمحكم، شيء بخوف يعني اذا بدك تقولي الفكره. هلا بهالوقت المتبقي اللي هو 7 اشهر او 8 اشهر او 6 اشهر، ما بعرف بالضبط قد ايه لدخوله حيز التنفيذ. والشراء الالكتروني هو التحدي الاكبر فيه، على ما اظن انه هو اكبر تحدي فيه او اخطر تحدي فيه هو الشراء الالكتروني، وضعه موضع التطبيق. السؤال هو كيف يمكن ضمان تجربه الشراء الالكتروني في بلد مثل لبنان عم يشهد على مختلف المستويات السياسيه والاقتصاديه والماليه تجاذبات وضعف وفقر وقد ما بدك يعني فيك تحكي بهالمجال هيدا، فضلا عن انه انجاز مشروع الحكومه الالكترونيه ما تم، القانون المتعلق بالمعاملات الالكترونيه ما انعمل له، ما تطبق اصلا وما انعمل له مراسيم تطبيقيه، حق الوصول الى المعلومات نفس الشيء الالكتروني، وتحول من الورقي الى الالكتروني في صعوبه بالادارات. يعني في ناس عم تشتغل بادارات معينه عندنا مثلا في 10 سنين على هذا الموضوع، بعدنا بجزئيه معينه ما قدرنا نفذناها يمكن. ناهيك عن غياب الموارد البشريه والكفاءات المتخصصه، وهذا بتماشى مع عنصر التدريب اللي هو نص عليه القانون كمان، وشجع على انه يتماشى بنفس المرحله مع مرحله الشراء الالكتروني. يعني بس انا بالنهايه ما راح اكون يعني لهالدرجه بالتشاؤم، يعني اخر شيء في مثل صيني بيقول ان تضيء شمعه خير من ان تلعن الظلام. بس هذه هواجس ومخاوف يعني عم نحطها، بس عم نفكر على صوت عالي انه بدها تواجهكم وبدها تواجه الخبراء، وبتصور رح يمط الوقت وتاخذ اكثر من 7-8 اشهر لحتى يتم هالمشروع. بتشكركم وشكرا لك.
شكرا كولونيل على هالمداخلة. يعني نتفهم الهواجس مشتركة، ومثل ما شفنا اليوم كمان في عوائق معقولة يعني تكون على الدرب. ما بعرف إذا سؤالك حدا من السبيكرز بحب يجاوب عليه، أو حدا من الخبراء بحب يجاوب عليه، أو هو يعني مثل صرخة و يعني concern مشترك بين الجميع. اللي بنقدر نقوله بس انه نحن دائما بنعتمد على الدعم الشركاء، ودعم يعني شركائنا، ويعني يلي هن دائما حاضرين معنا، مثل البنك الدولي، مثل EBRD، كل المؤسسات الشريكه اللي هلا كمان موجوده، اكيد لحتى نقدر نتخطى قد ما فينا العوائق اللي معقوله تعترضنا. بس اكيد الشيء اللي حكيت عنه موجود، وهيدا شيء واقعي، وبعتقد انه كثير بيشاركوك هالهواجس. في سؤال وصلني هلا، بعتقد سؤال عم تسأل لمستر ألكسندر. حنان أبي غانم، she did not very well understand why the NGOs must participate with private and public sector. Mr. Alexander, you talked about a must-have condition for success. This condition was the cooperation and the positive collaboration between the private and the public and the private sector and the civil society organizations. Can you please elaborate more on this from your experience in Ukraine?
Yeah, already partially answered in the chat. First of all, civil society is not obliged to be, let's say, member of the reform team, but from our experience, I think it is very good approach from the government, especially to invite civil society to join the reform, because civil society in our country, for example, have very high influence at society in general, and even influence on politicians, including parliamentarians. And in our society, serious reforms and changes don't happen without civil society organizations, in fact. So, but even if we forget about, let's say, Ukrainian practice, even in general, in any country, I think it will be useful to have such allies as civil society organizations, in order, even practically, just to promote the reform, idea of reform, and results to be achieved because of the planned reform in all circles, in all segments of society. Because if only government explains that it will be very nice for everyone because of new system will be introduced, well, in many countries it can have quite skeptical perception of business. But if this voice is supplemented by voice of civil society organizations that say, yeah, it's indeed the plans and ideas for reform are really fruitful for the country, and we support it. So even this promotion effect, this advocacy effect have very strong influence on positive implementation of the reform. Another angle, another obstacle is that civil society can have a wide view or own view on planned activities and planned measures, and this view can be received from business which, for example, is not ready to be very public in communications with state on different reasons. But civil society can be used as intermediary between business, between citizens, to collecting different opinions, proposals, and ideas, and to share this with ideas with government. And it really can help to see some problems from the very beginning, which maybe are not such obvious for the government, because government may have very slightly narrower vision than civil society organizations and business. And of course, even in practical terms, if some new initiative or some new reform is from very beginning supported by civil society organizations, which were invited by government and which became members of this management of changes team, it looks very attractive in not only in eyes of all citizens in the country, but also attractive from in eyes of international partners and international donors. So this can be practically helpful for relevant support of the reform internally and externally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for this clarification. كمان اجينا clarification على الشات بوكس كتير حلوين من مسز لميا مبيض ومن مسز لينا فارس. رح سريعا يعني اعطي الآراء. مدام لميا عم بتقول انه المجتمع هو ثالث ركيزة من ركائز الحوكمة الرشيدة بهذا الموضوع. اكيد المواطن هو اللي بيدفع تاكس وهو اللي بيصرف مصاري لحتى يشتري لوازم والخدمات. المجتمع المدني هون عنده دور انه يكون عنده عين ساهرة على هالمصروف وال يعني على الصرف. الصرف عم بيجري من قبل مين وكيف. هيدي هي المساءلة ومبدأ انه اللي حكينا عنه كمان ومرق معنا خلال الجلسة انه كل العالم بتشوف كل شيء. هذا هو المبدأ الأساسي للشفافية. وعطيت اكزامبل عن NGO لبنانية عملت جريت جوب بهذا الموضوع يلي هي غربال على اللبنانيز ترانسبيرنسي اسوسيشن وقدر يعني غربال مع النيو بلاتفورم يلي هن موجودين معنا كمان النيو بلاتفورم يلي طوروها بهذا المجال. للتوضيح كمان مدام لينا فارس كانت عم توضح انه الNGO المجتمع المدني هو يلي بده يكون لانه بده يكون عنده هيدي العين الرقابيه اذا بدنا نسميها على الصرف بخلال الشراء العام. بس مش بس لوحده، كمان المواطن العادي كمان بده يكون عنده هيدي العين الرقابيه. ما ننسى انه المواطن هو المكلف اللبناني يلي عم يدفع المال العام، يلي من المال العام عم ينصرف يرجع ليصير في شراء عمومي، شراء عام. وفي فرق بين السنترال مدام لميا فسرت الفرق بين الكنترول يعني الانسبكشن يلي هو دور التفتيش المركزي، والفيجن الاكبر الاوسع يلي هي للحوكمه وين كل واحد بيقدر يشارك للوصول الى لمجتمع افضل. في سؤال من مي تو everyone. مين مي؟ بسمة بسمة كمان زادت انه المجتمع المدني لازم يكون عنده عين اكيد ساهرة على الصرف المال العام، ولازم يراقب بالريل تايم اهداف المساءلة. مستر علي أنسو عنده سؤال بعتقد. I believe e-procurement in itself is not enough to prevent corruption in Lebanon. Due to major gaps in anti-corruption legislations and many outdated laws. I believe this is important. It's important that e-procurement focuses on improving transparency, enforce segregation of duties and financial delegation, make information regarding procurement activities more, readily available to the public in such a way that the public and the media can play an important role in pointing out cases of corruption and hopefully put more pressure on the political authorities to implement legislative reform. يعني بنشكر مستر علي أنسو على رأيه، أكيد بنوافق معه، مدام لميا بتوافق معه. في طريق طويلة بعد قدامنا، هيدي مزبوط. في تثقيف للمجتمع لازم يصير، عملية تثقيف المجتمع وعلى كيفية استخدام يعني وتحليل المعلومات يلي هي، نرجع بنذكر انه المعلومات والداتا البيانات هي اساسيه بهذا الموضوع. واكيد اكسبيرينس بروزورو بتفرجينا قديش هيدا الشغل عظيم. كمان مدام لميا حطت ريفرنسز اذا فيكم كمان لبروزورو لاوبن كونتراكتينج ويب سايتس. Mr. Victor كمان بيقولنا you can also check this story to see how civil society organizations can help with the reform. عطانا link للستوري. Not only monitoring but also co-governance approach. So هيدا بتهم كمان civil society organizations يلي موجودين معنا. CSOs can simplify a super hard task of government reformers by becoming a real partner. ومدام لميا زادت كمان ريفرنس ولينك على ويب سايت الاوبن جوفرمنت بارتنرشيبس. فوالا.
فينا نعمل مداخله اذا بتسمحي؟
ايه اكيد بليز اذا لانه معنا ناس على الزوم، اذا بتبلش تعرف عن نفسك وتفضل. اكيد تفضل كلام.
الله معكم جميعا. انا الدكتور دال حتي، منسق قطاع التمكين والابداع بشبكه التحول الرقمي في لبنان. الجلسة اليوم هي جلسة مباشرة للشيء اللي نحن مرتبطين فيه مباشرة. خلي أوضح كم شغلة، لأنه أنا شاركت بالقسم الأكبر من الجلسات. بتصور يمكن هاي الجلسة الأخيرة، يمكن هاي بتصور الجلسة بعد قبل الأخيرة، بعد في جلسة واحدة. الموضوع صار هو التالي سريعا. سئلت اليوم، أنا كنت عندي مقابلة على الهواء هلا من حوالي شي ساعة، سئلت اليوم شو عالم الرقم اللي نحن فيه. قلت لهم من 50 سنة بلش العالم الرقمي بقنية صغيرة، بعدين صار ساقية، بعدين صار نهر، بعدين صار بحر، بعدين صار محيط، هلأ نحن تسونامي. العالم الرقمي هاجم علينا هجوم هائل جدا، وبالحري كيف قانون شراء هالقد متشعب وجميل جدا ومشغول عليه هجم علينا فرد هجمي. نحكي مثل ما هي القصة وبدنا هالناس تستوعب. أنا حضرت يمكن 4 جلسات أو يمكن 5 جلسة بتصور. سألت كثير من الزملاء من نائبة المهندسين أصحابنا أو ناس بعرفهم أصدقاء وبيشتغلوا مع الدولة ومع البلديات ولا إشارة ولا خبر ولا علامة معروف، ما عارفين ولا أي موضوع. والقصة راح نطبقها بعد 6 أشهر. انتم برايكم تلميذ بياخذ 10 سنين تيطلع يتخرج من الجامعه؟ انتم برايكم قانون شراء عام منطبقه هيك بسهوله بظرف من هلا بعد 6 اشهر او بعد سنه؟ الشيء الوحيد اللي لفت لي نظري انه دربته انا، طبعا انا عندي علاقه مباشره مع الامن العام، رحت على قسم التلزيم بالامن العام. حقيقه كانوا الضباط عم بتدربون تدريب فعال وقاسي جدا. مع سؤال انا سالته، الضباط بالدولة يتبدلون حسب السياسات، بيقعدوا 2 وبيفل سنة وبيجي غير واحد على غير مركز وكل ميدان. عم بتدربوا الناس، أنا بعطي ملاحظ، عم بتدربوا الناس اللي بده يفلوا بعد 2 شهر. يعني كيف بدكم هود الناس يتابعوا معكم؟ ما هن اوريدي تعلموا. يعني فريق العمل اللي عم بتدربوه يبدو أنه ما بيستمر، لأنه خاصة بالمراكز الرسمية اللي هي فيها عسكر وجيش، قوى أمن عام، أمن داخلي، أمن دولي، كل هؤلاء يتغيرون ضباط. يعني بيجي غير ناس. طبعا الحكم استمرارية والنظام استمرارية. بس أنا لتاريخ اليوم، مع أنه أنا بعرف أنه باسل فليحان معهد عظيم عنده شوية بادجت، وويستمنستر عنده شوية بادجت، حطوا لكم شوية إعلانات يعني على الطرق حتى الناس تعرف. بلشوا الناس تحط بالجامعات، يعني يمكن عم بينعمل بس أنا اطالب باكثر. يعني الناس اللي بدها تبلش تشتري يا عمي خبرون الاساتذه بالجامعه الجامعيين، ما شفتوا لا جامعه معنا، الجامعيين يجوا يبلشوا يعني يعلموا الناس شو بدهم. هن بيعلموها بالماركتينج وبالسيلز وبالبزنس ادمنستريشن، ما ان كلهم راح يستلموا هذه المراكز. وناس عم تشتري وتبيع، رؤساء بلديات ما معهم خبر. انا حكيت انا ببلديتي بمنطقتي باتحاد البلديات اللي انا فيهم 10 12 بلديه بمنطقه، رحت على منطقه ثانيه ومنطقه ثالثه، نو كلو ولا شيء ولا خبر انه بعد 6 اشهر هذا اللي عم تشتري فيه هاي الطريقه رح تتغير ورح تروح على. قال لي احدهم قال لي ما انا ما عندي حدا انا كمبيوتر بالبلديه ما عندي وعم بيشتري، وبالتالي كيف بده يشتغل؟ خلينا نكون نحن لوجيك، يعني منطق التنفيذ. نحن عم نعيش في غنية للسيدة فيروز الله يطول بعمرها بتقول طلع المنادي نادي ما فيهاش إفادة، الرعيان بوادي والقطعان بوادي. وبالتالي كأنه نحن بمكان ما كتير حلو، نظام جميل جدا، قانون. وهذه مشكلة كل القوانين بلبنان، أنه نحن بنعمل قوانين بنروح على التطبيق مثل قانون الدخان والتدخين وكذا. طيب هذا القانون مثل قانون ال 81 اللي احنا نعاني منه تبع البيانات والمعلومات المعلوماتيه، ما قدرنا طبقناه لانه يعني غير واقعي جدا وفي شوائب كثير. طيب فلنتحمل كلنا مسؤوليه اعلام المواطنين انه هاي النظره. ما نحن، وانا بدي اسال هون المستر الكسندر اذا في رد سريع اذا بعده معنا. اوكرانيا بلد عانى من الفساد، مزبوط، عانى كثير من الفساد، وعندهم قوانين شراء عدلوها، وهذا تجربة أعطينا إياها اليوم كتير مهمة. نحن نظرة الشعب والناس للدولة كلها نظرة سيئة، ليش نكذب أحد، نظرة سيئة جدا. يعني ما من آمن ومن نوثق، وكلهم نحن بالنسبة لهم أنه هن فاسدين، مع أنه أنا عندي علامة استفهام على هذا الموضوع بتوين. طب هون الناس عم بتقول نغير، والموظفين بده يغيروا، والشعب ما عنده ثقة. شو الابروش يا مستر ألكسندر أو باسل فليحان المعهد العظيم أو ويستمنستر الماشي معنا بهذا الموضوع؟ شو الابروش عم بتعملوا تتقنعوا الناس يوثقوا بالسيستم؟ جمعيات المجتمع المدني، أنا ابني شارك بعمل أفلام دعائية لأحدى المؤسسات بدون ما نسميها، كمان هي NGO، اطلقت قانون الشراء العام وحكيت، اجوا قضاة حكيوا، اجوا عمل شيء كتير حلو، يعني عملوا افلام دعائيه كتير حلوه. فت انا على فيسبوك، يعني على الفيسبوك بتخبر لك شيء خبريه وشيء مسبه، بفت لك شيء 300,000 واحد بيقول لك برافو. بحطوا قانون الشراء العام اللي انحط فيه، فات 17 واحد حضروا. يا عمي في فرق كتير، في شيء ابروتش ما عم بينعمل لهالناس توثق يعني تغير نمط تفكيرها. we don't have time anymore. إذا بده يطبقوه أحسن من نوع. هاي النقطة أهم من التقنيات الداخلية، لأنه معنا أساتذة بروفيسيونال بالتقنيات اللي بيعرفوا يعني وين صح وين غلط، بدول يعني بينظموا الأمور لأنه هن محترفين. بس في ناس كتير لا بالبلديات محترفين، لا بالشراء محترفين، لا بكيف بده يقدموا النص محترفين. ما عندهم انترنت في مناطق بعكار، حتى انترنت ما عندها، كيف بده يفوت وينظم؟ يعني هل نحن عم نحلم؟ عم بسأل السؤال، ولا راح لازم نشتغل؟ أنا كثير متفائل، يعني انتبهوا أنا positive man. We have to work hard. علينا أن نعمل بشكل عنيف وقاسي جدا. كل الجمعيات تعاونوا مع جمعيات تانية، ما ضروري أنا رئيس جمعية، تعاونوا مع جمعيات المجتمع. أنا مش اسمها جمعيات مجتمع مدني، اسمها جمعيات غير حكومية، لأن المجتمع المدني كل الناس، في مجتمع مدني، مجتمع عسكري، ومجتمع والجمعيات الغير حكوميه. تعاونوا معها كلها، يعني كلها فعليا كلها، يعني كلها الجمعيات تبعتوا لها نصوص. عندنا 12,000 جمعيه، بعتوا لهم كلهم، خلي بلشوا الناس تحكي. ونحن عندنا جروبات على الواتسابات بتضم عشرات الالاف، خلينا نبعث لهم كلهم. في قانون، انتبهوا هيك اشياء تيزنج سيستم، في قانون شراء عام، فوتوا قروه هيدا اللينك، في قانون شراء عام هيك تتناس تبلش تخطط وتفكر وتغير نظامها، تيبلشوا يقتنعوا انه هاي الدوله اللي بدها تصير بعد تموز ممكن تتغير السيستم. بلس معنا 6 اشهر بيناتهم شهرين انتخابات وشهرين ثلج وشهرين ثوره وشهرين الدواليب على الطرقات. كيف بدنا نعمل بهيدا الشغل ب6 اشهر ونقول لهم تعالوا اعملوا القانون؟ وشكرا.
ثانك يو فيري ماتش على هالمداخله، ميرسي كثير. يعني مبينه انه من كل قلبك عم تقول الصرخه. انا بحب اول شيء يعني ما في يطمن كتير، بس بحب اتليست نعرض وجهة النظر والعناصر الإيجابية بهذا الموضوع. عم تقول حضرتك إنه ما بيعرفوا بعد ما وصلت المعلومة، إيه مزبوط، في محلات بعد ما وصلت المعلومة، بس أنا اللي بحب أقول لك هو بحب أعطيك أرقام يعني، والجهود أتليست يلي عم بيقوم فيه معهدنا كهو منسق وطني لهيدي المسيرة، أكيد بالتعاون مع كتير شركاء منهم الويستمنستر فاونديشن فور ديموكراسي. بقدر أعطيك إكزامبل وزارة المالية والمدربين الخبراء اللي حاضرين معنا من وزارة المالية، هن بيقدروا يعطوك عشرات الأمثال عن جهود بلشت تنصب بهذا الموضوع اللي هلا مثل ما مبين حضرتك بعد يعني مش مطلع على الجهود اللي عم بتصير. اللي بدي اقوله انه مزبوط مش كله بيصير بفرض وقت، بس نحن بلشنا الشغل من 2 على هذا الموضوع. نحن عم بحكي كمعهد معهد المالي باسل فليحان مش ناطرين، ما نطرنا لحتى يقرر القانون بمجلس النواب لنبلش نشتغل على الكوميونيكيشن وعلى التدريب وعلى الاويرنس وعلى الشغل مع كل هالمواضيع. اللي بحب مثلا اعطيك مثل عليه واكد لك وبياكدوا لي حكي للزملاء الخبراء المدربين لانه هن معنا بالمشروع، في مشروع تدريبي متكامل للقطاع العام كافه من ادارات عامه يعني ادارات ومؤسسات عامه وبلديات. ببدايه العام 2022 رح يبدا تدريب بيوصل لاوتريتش تبعه 5000 متدرب قبل دخول القانون حيز التنفيذ.
انا صراحه عم بقولها ايجابيه للتحفيز مش سلبيه، بالعكس انا مبسوط باللي عم بيصير، بس ايجابيه القصه، لانه انا طلعت على مناطق بعكار اتحادات بلديات ولا شيء يعني
عم نعطي بالارقام نحن، وهذا الشيء اللي عم اقول لك
وزاره الماليه والشباب عم يشتغلوا، انا بعرف عندنا اصدقاء فعليا
الكل عم يشتغلوا في جهود مشتركه
حتى بس القطاع للجمعيه المؤسسات الغير حكوميه.
نعم
لانه هذا الصرخه
كمان عم نشتغل معهم،
بس ما تنحصر يعني، هي شوي محصوره ببعض الجمعيات.
لا
هلا تكون اوبن،
اذا
تكون شوي اوبن.
مثل هال5 لقاءات اللي حضرتك حكيت عنهم يلي هن 5 لقاءات بالتعاون مع الويستمنستر فاونديشن فور ديموكراسي، هن التارجت اودينس الاساسي عندهم هي القطاع، هن السيفل سوسايتي اورجانيزيشنز والقطاع الخاص. انا بحب اعطي الكلام للدكتور زياد الشيخ زميلنا من وزاره الماليه، عنده كمان شيء يزيدوا عليه.
دكتور على المداخله القيمه اللي حضرتك طرحتها. نحن قدام قانون عصري، قانون ثوري بكل معنى الكلمة. المنية اللي قدامنا فيها خيار واحد ما في غيره، انه ننجح بتطبيقه. اكيد عم ينعمل جهد كتير كبير على التدريب، يمكن حتواجهنا صعوبات اكيد وكلنا شايفينها وكلنا عم نشتغل على حلة واحدة ورا الثانية. في اشياء حتكون صعبة بالبداية، اكيد حتكون صعبة علينا، على اللي عم ندربهم، على المجتمع ككل، بس بالاخر ما قدامنا خيار غير انه ننجح، واذا حنشتغل بغير هالعقليه ما راح نوصل. وبس هالكلمه اللي انا حبيت اعقب فيها، والله يعطيكم العافيه.
ميرسي كثير دكتور زياد، اكيد بجهودكم يعني وبتعاونكم. استاذ مشيلح كان عندك شيء تقوله كمان، تفضل.
يعطيكم العافيه. بما انه دكتور ذكر انه نقابه المهندسين حاضره، انا بعرف عن حالي انا نائب نقيب المهندسين، ومعنا كمان زميلنا السي جوزيف كمان نقابه مهندسين ونقابه متعهدين. بفترض حالي عم بعبر
بدي اقول المهندسين والمهندسات اذا سمحت.
مدام لميا لانه هي كمان عضو
اذا
بالنقابه.
بدي اقولها صحيحه بقول المهندسات والمهندسين.
شكرا.
لكن احنا ربحنا بالنقابه تنتفض من شعار المهندسات والمهندسين، هيدي ما بدنا نزيد على بعض. على كل حال انا هون مش تأعطي الرأي الرسمي النهائي لنقابه المهندسين بقانون الشراء العام، لانه هذا الموضوع يحتاج اكثر الى دراسه من خلال مجلس النقابه. هذا الموضوع بينطرح على مجلس النقابه، ونحن كنا حكينا انه رح نوصل لوقت يكون في عنا كتابة تعليقاتنا على القانون وتعليقاتنا على طريقة تطبيق القانون. هلا اللي الصرخة اللي قالها الدكتور معه حق فيها، انه نحن عم نطلب نستفيد من نقاط القوة. لابد من الإشارة أنه هذا القانون في نقاط قوة وفي نقاط ضعف مثل حيالله قانون. نقاط القوة اللي كنا نحن شايفينها هي الإي-Procurement، بينما عم تتحول هلأ بوضعنا الحالي لنقاط ضعف، لأنه الإي-Procurement يحتاج إلى e-Government. إذا ما كان في e-Government بالعازة، يعني أنا تروح جيب ورقة من دوائر وأعمل لها سكان وأبعتها أعمل لها أبلود، هذه ما بتفيدني. أنا لازم يكون عندي أكسس على الوراق اللي بدي جيبهم لحتى أقدمهم بالعرض تبعي. لازم يكونوا كل السيركوي يكون إلكترونيك. ما في سيركوي يكون قادر أنا زور فيه ورقة وبس بعمل لها سكان وبسمي حالي إنه أنا عملت e-Procurement. هلا في شغلة تانية، أنا سمعت كل المحاضرين، لفت لي نظري شغلة أو شغلتين. في شغلة قالها الدكتور جان علي، يمكن بطل معنا، عن المادة 115. المادة 115 أنا بشوفها مصدر قوة وبنفس الوقت كمان مصدر ضعف. لما بنقول بالمادة 115 إنه يطبق هذا القانون دون صدور مراسيم تطبيقية، هيدي شغلة كتير 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 بتخوفني. ليش؟ لأنه بهالقانون في مراسيم ألغيت، في تطبيقات ألغيت. رجع ربطنا بقانون المحاسبة العمومية وكمان عدل بقانون المحاسبة العمومية، لأنه ألغى بعض البنود، في مواد ألغاها من 100 لل150 ال220 وهلم جرا. يعني هذا الموضوع عم بفوتنا بأنفاق نحن لنا معودين عليها ولا عنا الوقت إنه نستكشفها مثل ما لازم. ما في شك إنه نحن كنقابة مهندسين لسنا ضد إصدار قانون حديث للشراء العام. نحن نرى أنفسنا معنيين بهذا الموضوع، لأنه غالبية الشراء العام إذا لم نقل نصفه يمكن أكثر هي بدومين البناء، يعني بقطاع البناء اللي هو بيديروا مهندسين وبيديروا متعهدين. لذلك نحن معنيين أساسيين، إنما معنيين كمان إنه نوصل لقانون بيتطبق. وهالقانون ما في يتطبق إلا إذا عمل له مراسيم تطبيقية، والمراسيم التطبيقية لازم تكون معمولة بالتعاون بين القانونيين وبين أصحاب المهنة، لأنه نحن معنيين أكثر من غيرنا. نحن كنا ناطرين الفرصة أنه يكون عندنا مشاركة بالمراسيم التطبيقية، باستصدار المراسيم التطبيقية تصدر عن مجلس الوزراء، إنما تحضر بيننا وبين المعنيين بالموضوع، لحتى نحن ما نفقد قدرتنا على العمل بموجب هذا القانون. إذا واحد بيطلع حتى ألكسندر مع حفظ الألقاب قال 50 drafts laws to amend current new PPL، أصدروا 50 من بعده to amend. نحن رايحين نطبق قانون مسموح تطبيقه من دون مرسوم تطبيقي. طيب إذا بروح بفتش أنا على القانون شو بيتطلب؟ بيتطلب تدريبات، خاصة تدريبات إلكترونية. إذا بروح فتش على كلمة مراسيم، ثانك يو بس ما إنه بعتيلي شيء بقدر بعمل فيه سيرش. هلا أنا وقاعد عملت سيرش على كلمة مراسيم، وين جاي؟ بالصفحة 9 مهنية الشراء العام الفقرة ب بتحكي عن تحديد أطر الكفايات وشروط التوظيف والترفيع الخاصة من خلال مراسيم تطبيقية. المادة 15 استدامة وسياسات تنموية، الفقرة 2 بتحكي عن مراسيم تصدر عن مجلس الوزراء. المادة 52 محتويات دفتر الشروط، الفقرة صاد بتحكي المراسيم التي لها علاقة مباشرة بإجراءات التلزيم. المادة 65 المرحلة الثانية من إجراءات الاتفاق الإطاري بتحكي كمان عن مرجعية للمراسيم التطبيقية لهذا القانون. المادة 87 واللي هي الأهم، تضع الهيئة نظامها الداخلي والأنظمة الإدارية والمالية وأنظمة العاملين فيها وما إلى هنالك، ما راح أعدهم كلهم، في مهلة أقصاها 3 أشهر على أن تصدر بمراسيم تتخذ في مجلس الوزراء. يعني حتى الهيئة بعد لهلا مش مكونة، يعني مكونة بالإطار العام، إنما عملها بده مراسيم. نحن رايحين لحتى نطبق شيء بجولاي، بعدنا فايتين بأول النفق ومش عارفين قديش طول النفق. أنا بتمنى عليكم، وأنت ذكرتي يا مدام فارس، ذكرتي إنه كنتوا طارحين إنه يكون التطبيق بعد 2 سنين، وإذ اختصرت على سنة ونص بناء على توصية، وإذ اختصرت على سنة بناء على قرار من مجلس النواب على القانون، صار مارق منهم 6 أشهر، بعد باقي لنا 6 أشهر. يعني نحن هلا مبلشين نتعرف على القانون بتفاصيله، لا مراسيم تطبيقية له، ورايحين على تطبيقه بعد 6 أشهر. عدا عن انه نحن عندنا انتقادات بصلب القانون. انما لما بتقولوا لنا انه القانون ما بقى يتعدل، خلينا نرجع نرتب المواضيع بالمراسيم التطبيقيه، ومنلاقي حالنا رايحين على تطبيق قبل ما نصدر المراسيم التطبيقيه، هذه قفزه في المجهول نحن بتخوفنا. ونحن صراحه بالقطاع تبعنا خايفين انه يكون تطبيق هذا القانون تطبيق اعوج، قد يضر بمصالحنا وبمصالح مهنتنا وبمصالح يعني الناس اللي عم نقوم بالتعهدات من اجلهم، يعني الدوله اللبنانيه وكل القطاع. شكرا.
ميرسي كثير مسيو مشايلح على هيدا ايه بقدر جاوبه قبل ما ننسى مع بعض. كنت تفضل بليز استاذ معلوفه، تفضل.
الحقيقه يلي قاله زميلي جوزيف سبقني و200% انا معه، بدي زيد. صدمت اليوم انا بحكي الدكتور جان، انا انصدمت، صار عندي خيبة امل. كل التعب اللي عم نعمله نحن كنقابة مقاولين، وبحكي باسم نقابة المهندسين، بيسمح لي رئيس الاجتماع هون لاني انا كمان معه عضو بالنقابة المهندسين، على اساس انه نحن حدا يجيب سيرة هالنقابات بالقانون الشراء العام. إذا معمول القانون الشراء العام فقط لينشر بضاعة وكلينكس وما بعرف شو للدولة، أوكي فصلونا. إذا لا في مقاولات وفي بناء وفي طرقات في صورة عم يحطوا إنه حدا عم بحكي، عم بوجه لمجلس النواب يطلع هيك قانون. إذا أنا عم بقول من هون، إذا مفكرين مجلس النواب إنه بلا هالمراسيم رح يتطبق حسب القانون بدون لوحدكم بدون نقابتين، جربوا طبقوا.
شكرا مسيو معلوف على هيدي المداخلة. ايه بس قبل لناخذ جواب مستر ألكسندر، لأنه ذكرت مستر مشايلح أنه في 50 درافت لو، عم بيقول أنه هو قصده أنه عندهم أكثر من 50 درافت legislative initiatives، مقترحات يعني تعديلات على القانون، بتقترح mainly to exclude something from the scope of the law، بتقترح أنه يعني استثناءات على نطاق تطبيق القانون. على كل حال unfortunately have to leave this extremely interesting discussion. عم بيقلنا أنه هو مجبور يتركنا. Keep calm and carry on. Also wish all of you good luck in your activities with PP reform. Thank you Mr. Alexander for your wishes. Thank you very much for your intervention today. We hope we will have future collaboration. Thank you. نرجع نعم مستر أحمد تفضل.
Thank you. لكن لا شيء ثاني فأحسن بركي
إذا بتسمح لي جاوبهم بالأول، لأنه سألوا سؤالين بذات السياق، 2 مداخلات بشكرهم عليها، عندهم هواجس بنتفهمها، صاروا معبرين عنها كذا مرة. حضرتك مسيو مشايلح، بس أنا بدي أعلق على شغلة. قلت اليوم أنت انصدمت بالإي-Procurement وخفت لأنه برأيك الإي-Procurement بده لتطبيقه e-Government. إيه بوافقك عليها، بس ما بوافقك وقتها بتقول وبلا عازة بلا e-Government. لا هيدا ما بوافقك عليها. e-Procurement هو مستقل عن e-Government. أكيد أحسن إنه يكون يعني grounded بال e-Government، بس وقتها e-Procurement مثل ما حكيوا كل الخبراء ومثل ما حكينا ومثل ما شفنا ومثل ما مقترح بالقانون هلأ تطبيقه، هو لتعزيز الشفافية ولإلزام موجب النشر وللإفصاح عن المعلومات وللوصول كل هيدول يعني المطالب يلي دايما بيطالبوا فيهم المجتمع كافة، إنه يقدر يوصل للمعلومات. وحدة من أهدافه هي هيدا الشيء، حتى لو كانت ليست الأهداف الالتيم، يعني الاوبجيكتيف الالتيم يلي النهائيه يلي بده يوصل لها. واكيد بوافق معك انه اذا هو جراوندد مع اي جوفمنت سولوشن بيكون احسن بكثير. بالنسبه للمراسيم، نعم أنا معك، عملت الإكسرسايز المابينج، ميرسي بوكو. رح أقول لك إنه المراسيم يلي واردين بالقانون هن تقريبا 15 مرسوم لازم يتحضروا لحتى يقروا بمجلس الوزراء. لكن في نيوانس كتير صغيرة هون يعني عم ضيع فيها، وهيدي اللي كان قصده فيها دكتور جان علي اليوم الصبح. كنت بتمنى يكون معنا ليقدر هو يجاوب بنفسه، بس أنا رح جاوب أتليست بالنيوانس يلي أنا بحب وضحها. القانون بالمادة 115 بيقول إنه هو يدخل حيز تنفيذ دون الحاجة إلى مراسيم تطبيقية لنفاذه، لأنه لحتى ما يكون في بعدين يعني مثل excuses يعني وقف تنفيذ القانون وتعليقه على المراسيم التطبيقية اللي لازم تصدر عن مجلس الوزراء. إذا بنطلع أكثر بشو هي الليستة اللي حضرتك قلت عنها، المراسيم التطبيقية، هي مراسيم تطبيقية في محلات أشرت حضرتك لمراسيم تطبيقية، في محلات أشرت للأحكام القانون يلي بتحكي عن مراسيم نافذة. anyway هن عم قلك الأكسرسايز معمول، هن تقريبا 15 مرسوم تطبيقي بينشغلوا لتحسين التطبيق القانون، ولكن ليسوا ملزمين. وخليني كفي جملتي لأنه بعرف وين أنتم المشكلة مع هذا الشيء، ليسوا ملزمين لتطبيقه بجولاي 2022. اللي أنتم هواجسكم عم تحكوا عنها منا مرسوم تطبيقي، هيدي ليست بحاجة إلى مرسوم تطبيقي. يعني مثلا رح أعطيكم مثل، القانون بيقول إنه من مهام بيعطي هيدي الصلاحية لهيئة الشراء العام، من مهام هيئة الشراء العام إنه تقدر تصدر دفاتر شروط نموذجية. هيدا ما بده مرسوم من مجلس الوزراء. عم بعطي مثل لنقدر نجاوب على الهواجس. وعلى كل حال هيدا الشيء بده جلسة لوحده. ومن هون أنا يعني بغتنم هيدي الفرصة تقول إنه نحن بالاتفاق مع الويستمنستر فاونديشن فور ديموكراسي حددنا آخر جلسة جمعة الجاي نهار 3 لحتى جوستومون نحكي بكل هالمواضيع. ولكن الأوبجيكتيف تبع جمعة الجاي رح يكون دفاتر الشروط النموذجية بالتشديد على دفتر شروط الأشغال يلي هو بيتضمن شروط العقد العامة والخاصة يلي بتكون بيست على الفيدك موديل يلي هو معتمد عالميا. وبجمعة الجاي رح نشوف الهواجس اللي عندكم، ورح نجرب نلاقي آلية مش نجرب، رح بدنا نتفق على آلية للتعاون بهذا الموضوع، لأنه مثل ما قلتوا حضرتكم أنتوا كي ستيك هولدر بهذا الموضوع. أنا بس قبل ما أنسى شغلة، لأنه كمان هلا عم تقلي مدام لميا إنه نحن طلبنا من النقابة إنه نعمل يعني دي سيسيون دانفورماسيون أو يعني مع النقابة لنرد على يعني هواجسها، لنشوف لنعمل أويرنس حول هذا الموضوع. بس بعد ما اجينا جواب من هذا الموضوع من نقابة المهندسات والمهندسين. لا
عم نحكي إذا بتسمحي لي بس.
تفضلي مدام لميا.
ميرسي وشكرا على الملاحظات دائما القيمة. بس أول شيء نعم أنا بتواصل مباشر مع النقيب، وطلبت أكثر من مرة إذا بتنعمل جلسات لأنه في كتير لغط وسوء فهم عند البعض على هيدا القانون. هيدي أول نقطة، فبنتمنى أنه تجاوبونا ونحن حاضرين، الفريق كله حاضر. هيدي أول نقطة. ثاني نقطة بحب لكم أنه أستاذ زياد الشيخ قال شغلة كتير مهمة. لبنان بوضع من أسوأ ما يكون والآتي أعظم. ما عنا خيار إلا أنه نمشي لقدام ونكون إيجابيين ونحط إيدنا بإيد بعض. نحن عم نعمل انتفاضة من الداخل، من داخل مؤسسات الدولة. عليكم أن تلاقوننا من الخارج. 3 لا عودة إلى الوراء، يعني بمعنى الوضع السابق انتهى ماليا وانتهى كمان يعني بكتير من الأوجه. اليوم نحن عم نحضر ال10 سنين الجايين. أي فرنك حيدخل الدولة اليوم حيكون أما دين على المواطن اللبناني وأما مساعدات مشروطة بتنفيذ وفقا للمعايير الدولية. وبالتالي في الشرط الأساسي اللي حطه المجتمع الدولي على لبنان واللي اللبنانيين حاطينه وطالبينه وهو مطلب أساسي هو الشفافية، على التنافسية، على مكافحة الفساد، وأداة الأساسية هو قانون للشراء العام. 4 هيدا القانون بكل المعايير وبحسب كل الذين راجعوا هذا القانون من القانونيين الدوليين اللي هن بيفهموا شراء واللي هن حطوا الفيدك وحطوا الانسترال موديل لو، اعتبروا انه هيدا من القوانين المتقدمة في المنطقة العربية. فأنا من هالمنبر بدعو الجميع إلى التعاون وإلى المد، ونحن حاضرين لتوضيح أي نقاط غير واضحة وإلى تحسين كل ما يمكن تحسينه في هذا القانون، لأنه هذا قانون سيعيش 20 و30 سنة، وعلينا أن نعتاد على العمل بحسب الموجبات الدولية، ونحن حاضرين لكل ما يتطلب ذلك من جهود. وشكراً.
سيدي بصوت، لو سمحتي حضرتك تواصلتي مع النقيب وطلبتي منه انه يبدي ملاحظاته على قانون الشراء العام؟
بالنسبة لقانون الشراء العام كان في رسالة رسمية راحت من رئيس لجنة البرلمانية، رئيس اللجنة الوزير ياسين جابر لنائب المهندسين، انطلب بوقتها ملاحظات خطية للنقابة، انطلب ملاحظات خطية لكل النقابات انطلب الملاحظات الخطية اللي وردتنا، تم نقاشها وصار في arbitration لما يمكن إدخاله ويتوافق مع المعايير الدولية، وما لا يتوافق مع المعايير الدولية لم يؤخذ به. هلأ نقرر القانون بدنا نطبقه.
سيدتي بدك تسمحي لي
بس
شوي.
لحظه اقول
لا بدك تسمحي لي. انا هون لا امثل نفسي، انا هون امثل نقابه المهندسين يا
صح،
سيدتي.
وانا عضو فيها كمان، معلش.
بعرف انك عضو فيها، وانا نائب النقيب وامثل نقابه المهندسين في هذا الاجتماع. نحن على ايامنا ابتداء من 17 تموز ما وصلنا ولا رساله، وانا مسؤول عن كلامي. اذا في اي رساله برزيلي اياها لحتى انا ارفعها للنقيب وشوف ليش ما تعالج هالموضوع. اذا في شيء كنتوا باعتينه. سيدتي اسمحيني شوي، بدك تسمحي لي احكي، لانه بالطريقه اللي عم تحكي فيها وكانه هذا القانون اسقاط على رؤوسنا ونحن علينا التطبيق وانتهى الموضوع. اذا هيدا الطريقه
ابدا بالعكس، وهيدا جزء من سوء الفهم.
ابدا راينا، انا بعتذر، نحن بهي الطريقه ما فينا نبدي راينا
ابدا، بالعكس.
نحن معنيين، نحن يا سيدتي نحن الصابه
بهالموضوع. استاذ مش بس بدي اقول لك ان في سوء فهم، وانتم مصرين على سوء الفهم. نحن هذا البروسس مبلش من 3 سنين، ونحن نؤمن ان الامر استمراريه. ندعو كل النقابات،
الامر استمراريه سيدتي، انما اخر 3 اشهر النقيب ثابت لم يحضر ولا اجتماع وما كان في ولا دعوه، ولا نقيب المتعهدين حضر.
كان نقيب المهندسين الشمال، وكان نقيب ثابت موجود بالجلسة الافتتاحية تبع مناقشة القانون، وكان في صور وفي محاضر وفي صور وفي محاضر.
يا سيدتي أنا مش هون عم بناقش.
نعم انتهى، لأنه انطلب الملاحظات خطية. فيك تراجع النقيب ثابت. أنا بعتذر مضطرة بس هيدول اللي عم بقولهم هن فاكتس، ونحن مستعدين لتلقي الملاحظات خطيا، ومستعدين وأبدينا استعدادنا نروح على النقابة ونقعد معكم لحتى كمان نقدر. نحن بيهمنا إنه القطاع الخاص والمهندسين أولا يكونوا on board، لأنه هيدا بس بدي أقول لك هيدا قانون لصالح التنافسية.
لم نبدأ يا سيدتي، ما تحطيني بموقف كون المدافع عن شيء أنا ما بعتقد فيه. أنا قلت بأول كلامي نحن من المحبذين، نحن ناطرين يصدر قانون شراء عام، إنما هذا القانون الشراء العام سوف يطال مهنتنا. نحن كان عندنا اعتراضات على صلب القانون، وفي مواد كثيرة معترضين عليها، وفي اعتراض قدمه زميلنا عبدو سكرية على بعض مواد هذا القانون. إنما قيل لنا أن القانون صدر، وهلا أنت عم تأكدي لي القليل اللي كان ينحكى فيها. هذا القانون صدر، تفضلوا تعاملوا معه. قلنا نحن حتى نقدر نجلس الموضوع، منروح ندخل بالمراسيم التطبيقية ومنشوف كيف نرجع منحسن مهنتنا. هلا عم نكتشف إنه القانون سيطبق دون مراسيم تطبيقية. بعتذر منك، نحن دون مراسيم تطبيقية بتوضح هالمواد كيف بدها تسقط على رؤوسنا وبمهنتنا، نحن منا قادرين نطبقه. اليوم في كذا محل بقول حتى تطبيق الشراء الإلكتروني بده مراسيم تطبيقية. أنا كيف بطبقه بلا مراسيم تطبيقية؟ اسمحوا لنا شوي، نحن بنعرف نقرأ مواد قانون، منا بس مهندسين بنتعاطى بالأرقام، نحن بنقرأ مواد قانون. بعض المواد لازم لها تعديل ما فينا نعدلها، بعض المواد لازم لها تفسير. نحن منتظرين المراسيم التطبيقية حتى تفسر، إنما اليوم نحن نتفاجأ بأنه هذا القانون طاسة رعبة عليكم، نحن ما بتمشي معنا طاسة الرعبة. اسمحوا لي فيها.
طيب نحن أنا ما بعرف هيدا ليه مش ماشي الميكرو، سامعيني؟ الميكرو ما بقى ماشي على كل حال.
إذا بتسمحوا لي بس اللي عم بيقولوا النائب وغير يمكن مؤسسات هو هالقد صريح، أنا ما بشوفه سلبي. خلينا نكون إيجابيين كثير، بالعكس يعني هو عم بيطرح صرخة وأنا طرحت صرخة. بعرف الدور اللي عم تقوموا فيه حضرتكم جبار، والدور اللي عم تقوم فيه وزارة المالية جبار، يعني ما لا يقارن حقيقة. لأنه أنا بعرف حتى ما القوى العاملة الموجودة حتى بوزارة المالية عندهم صعوبة إقناع الموظفين يجوا على الشغل. كيف عندهم إقناع يقنعوا الناس؟ هالقد عندهم قوة لأنهم مآمنين بالشيء اللي عم يعملوه. هذا شيء عظيم جدا. نفس الشيء النائبة، ونفس الشيء أي نائبة تانية أو الأشخاص اللي عندهم شركات بده يبيعوا ويشتروا مع الوزارات ومع البلديات. هذا العمل خلينا نكون كتير إيجابيين، يعني ما نكون هالقد يعني ما نيجاتيف. يعني أنا ونائب النائب الاستاذ وكمان من نائبه المقاولين او غيرها او نائبه الشمال او اي شيء، او حتى في كثير انا بعرف محامين عندهم شركات تجاريه. فكثير هول الجماعه عندهم ووريز، عندهم قتلين هم وحقهم حقهم. وبالتالي انه نحن قد ما فينا بنتعاون ونحن جاهزين. يعني خاصه عم احكي انا شبكه تحول رقمي، ما هي كل العالم تكنولوجيا، حتى نقدم نحن دورات تدريب تكنولوجية للناس. نحن جاهزين بأي وقت بتشوفوا مناسب لهذا الموضوع، لأنه كمان في ناس بالبلديات ما عنده أي علم بالعالم التكنولوجي بكيف الشراء الإي كوميرس. اليوم هلا الساعة 3 في إطلاق لموقع إلكتروني اسمه لبناني، في كل البضاعة اللبنانية عم نبيعها للعالم. ونحن أدخلنا بالإي كوميرس على لبنان من 1/1/2021 ل 30/11/2021، يعني هاي السنة $1 مليار فريش شراء. وبالتالي نحن هالقد قوة التكنولوجيا اللي عندنا قوية، بس بدها تنظيم، بدها ندفي نخفف عن بعضنا، ندفي هيك لما نضل متوترين. نحن جونا إيجابي جدا وتهانينا، يعطيك ألف عافية لإدارة جلسة صعبة هالقد، بس بحنكة وبذكاء وبقدرة، ويعطيك ألف عافية.
ثانك يو. إذا بتسمح لي لضيق الوقت صار لازم نختم. ميرسي على الإيجابية، رح نختم على إيجابية. اللي صار هلا هو بعتقد سوء تفاهم اللي عم ينحكى واللي هواجسكم عم نرد عليها ونحن مستعدين نرد عليها. نحن بنعلن انه الجلسه المقبله هي رح تكون لهيدا الموضوع، هيدا الاوبجيكتيف تبعها. دفاتر الشروط مثل ما قلت رح يكون في شغل ميكانيزم آلية فيدباك وكونسلتيشن معكم، رح يكون لكم انبوت بهيدا الموضوع وكلمتكم. وبعتقد شو بالكولونيل
سيدتي بس كلمة صغيرة بس. نحن هنا لأنه إيجابيين، نحن شاركنا ب5 اجتماعات لأنه نحن نبدي كل إيجابية مع تحفظنا على بعض مواد القانون. نحن إيجابيين، ما بحب حدا يحطنا بخانة السلبية. أنا قلت وكررت 3 مرات، نحن طواقين إلى قانون شراء عام نرتاح فيه، يرتاح فيه البلد، نوصل للشفافية المطلوبة. إنما بدنا نعرف خطواتنا كيف بدنا نحطها على الأرض. إذا حطينا خطواتنا بشكل أعرج رح نوقع.
أكيد ونحن متمسكين بهيدي الإيجابية، وبلا إيجابية ما رح فينا نوصل لمحل. وبعتقد بين الأشياء يلي عم تعمل فرستريشن هي شغلات منا واضحة وتوضيحها سهل جدا جدا. من يعني بالحلقة الجاية بنحكي فيها اون ديتاي. عندي كان سؤال من الكولونيل وسيم منذر من الأمن العام. كولونيل تفضل، بدي أختم معك لأنه كتير دهمنا الوقت. تفضل كولونيل.
بونجور، يعطيكم العافية. بس كنت أنا بتوضح لأنه حكي الدكتور حتى شغلة إنه على التدريب بالأمن العام. أنا بتشكر على الإكزامبل إنه نحن عن جد عم ندرب بطريقة، يعني نحن عم ندرب وندرب سوا، عم نحضر حالنا للقانون. بس كمل إنه قصة إنه الموظفين بيتغير محلاتهم وفي ناس عم تتدرب طالعة تقعد، فبين كأنه عم بيقصد الأمن العام. أكيد الأمن العام مش هيك، نحن ثابتين محلنا ومكمل. وبالنسبة للموضوع اللي حكيه كمان الدكتور حتلي وكذا شخص حكيوا انه قصه اشراك قطاع يعني الرأي العام انا بحب اسمي الرأي العام اكيد بقصه الاصلاح، انه هي ضروريه، يعني كثير بتساعد، وبنشوف تجارب الدول اللي سبقونا بهالاصلاح في منهم فشلوا لانه اتكلوا بس على الدوله. فطبيعي انه توعيه للمجتمع المدني او للرأي العام هي كثير بتساعد بهالدومين هذا. وبدنا بعد شغله كمان توصي، يمكن انه بدنا اصلاح شامل للنظام الاداري بالدوله اللبنانيه، خاصه النظام المالي وقانون المحاسبه العموميه، لحتى نقدر نكون فعال للاصلاح اللي عم بيصير. واكيد حنشتغل كلنا سوا لحتى لنجاح المشروع. يعطيكم الف عافيه.
ميرسي كثير كولونيل، شكرا لمداخلتك ولتوضيحك. انا ما بقى في غير ما اختم. احمد تفضل، سوري قبل ما اختم.
بس هلا كان عندي حقيقة سؤال رح اسألك اياه بعدين ان برايفت لكينا، بس قلت قبل انه استغل وجودكم البوست ايفالويشنز لو سمحتوا، بدي اعذبكم فيهم.
عم بيذكرنا بالبوست ايفالويشن، اذا حاضرين بليز لنعطيه هون. طيب بهالوقت انا بدي اختم يعني تفضل. نعم عم نسجل. نعم نعم. طيب اللي بدي اقوله بالختام انه نحن من موقعنا كمنسق وطني لهالمسار الاصلاحي بنحرص كل الحرص انه يكون يعني المسار تشاركي، ونكون اذا برجع شوي برد الاوبجكتيف يلي هو Digitizing Public Procurement تكون وجهات النظر اللي تناقشت اليوم تقدر تخلينا نوصل على افضل فورمولا، اجايل فورمولا مثل ما قلنا لهيدا الموضوع لتنفيذ الشراء الإلكتروني بلبنان. منأكد أنه كمان من موقعنا منأكد أنه الوصول إلى تموز 2022 من دون منصة إلكترونية مركزية مثل ما بنص القانون فعالة وأوبريشنال، هيدا بيحمل مخاطر كتير كبيرة تداعياتها معقولة تكون على تأخير وضع القانون موضع التنفيذ. هيدا الشيء منحذر منه ومنقوله for the records باسم كل اللي عم يشتغلوا ويحطوا جهد بهيدا الموضوع. واخيرا اكيد بدي اشكر السبيكرز بنهايه هاللقاء، بدي اشكر الشركاء بهاللقاء يلي هن الورلد بانك، الويستمنستر فاونديشن فور ديموكراسي، اداره المناقصات. بشكر اكيد الحضور جميعا ومداخلاتهم القيمه بما فيهم المؤسسات الشريكه الحاضره معنا، سيجما، OECD، الورلد بانك، الاوبن كونتراكتنج بارتنرشيب، الاي بي ار دي. اكيد بشكر المترجمات very hard work والفريق التقني. شكرا جزيلا. ميرسي بوكو.